Did you know that on your spiritual journey, God has entrusted you with unique revelations, truths so profound that they were meant only for you? These aren't ordinary insights. They are divine secrets designed to guide and protect you in ways you might not even fully understand yet. But here's the warning. If these sacred truths are shared carelessly with the wrong people, the very foundation of what God has prepared for you could be shaken. Before we dive deeper, if this resonates with your spirit, take a moment to comment 777 below as a declaration of faith. To those who have supported this channel through Super Thanks, we extend our heartfelt gratitude. Your generosity is a true blessing, helping us continue to spread God's light and encouragement to those who need it most. Chosen one, let me ask you this. Have you ever experienced a moment where it felt like unseen forces were working against you? Perhaps opportunities you thought were secure suddenly disappeared, or relationships you trusted became sources of unexpected harm. These aren't random occurrences. There's a deeper spiritual truth at play, a truth tied directly to what you choose to reveal and what you wisely guard. What I am about to share with you is not for the faint-hearted. It is a powerful spiritual key, a gift from God that shields your purpose and secures your destiny. This is not something common. It is not even meant for everyone to understand. But if you've ever felt that certain battles in your life seemed strangely personal, targeted even, you're not imagining things. The struggles you face are often linked to the divine favor over your life, a favor that many envy and few can understand. The secret lies in knowing when to speak and when to remain silent. The stakes are high because this wisdom doesn't just shape your life, it protects the very essence of who God created you to be. Stay with me, because what you'll learn here could forever change the way you approach your journey. The secret is not just in what you do or say, but in what you keep within, the sacred confidences that God has entrusted to your heart. These are not mere pieces of information. They are divine treasures meant to guide and protect you. What if the very thing you're sharing is the one thing that's meant to remain hidden? What if your silence could be your greatest shield? So, as we step into this revelation together, prepare yourself to see your path in a new light. This message is not for the unprepared. It is for those who are ready to take hold of their calling with wisdom and intention. The secret is profound, and once you grasp it, there is no turning back. Let's uncover this truth together. It might just hold the key to your next victory and the protection of everything God has placed within you. God's chosen one, never reveal this secret. It is your greatest protection. When the chosen ones share more than they should or unveil what is sacred to them, an unseen shift often occurs. Have you ever experienced the crushing disappointment of revealing a cherished plan or dream, only to see it unravel shortly after? This is not merely coincidence. Spiritual secrets carry a divine power that, when exposed prematurely, can be misunderstood, misjudged, or even weaponized against you. Silence, contrary to being a sign of weakness, is a mark of profound wisdom. When God imparts something to you, He entrusts you with a fragment of His divine plan, something intricately designed, yet often incomprehensible to others. It's akin to placing a rare, priceless jewel in the hands of someone who cannot recognize its worth. What happens to that jewel? It risks being neglected, tarnished, or even stolen. Consider the biblical story of Joseph, Genesis 37. When Joseph shared his dreams of greatness with his brothers, their response was envy and hostility. Instead of embracing his vision, they conspired against him, selling him into slavery. Although God ultimately used this for good, Joseph's early revelation triggered a storm he was unprepared to face. Could his journey have been less treacherous had he kept those dreams in his heart a little longer? How often do we, like Joseph, invite unnecessary trials by sharing prematurely? Spiritual secrets hold immense power, but only when kept in their rightful place, secure within your heart and nurtured through your intimate relationship with God. Have you ever shared a personal goal or spiritual insight, only to be met with doubt, envy, or even scorn? Such reactions do more than hurt. They release an energy that can hinder your progress and obstruct God's timing in your life. Not everyone around you is equipped to understand or honor what God has entrusted to you. Why? Because these sacred revelations are tailored to your unique calling, a divine script written exclusively for you. Sharing these spiritual treasures with the wrong audience is like unlocking a door to negative forces that can infiltrate your path. Dreams and plans are akin to seeds, delicately planted by God within the fertile soil of your heart. Just as a seed requires quiet, undisturbed conditions to sprout and flourish, so do your spiritual secrets. Imagine exposing a fragile seed to the elements before it has taken root. It risks being destroyed before its potential can be realized. Are there dreams you've shared that might have needed the protective silence of your heart instead? How might God be calling you to guard these treasures more diligently? In Proverbs 4:23, we are reminded, above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. Your heart is the sacred chamber where God places his promises and visions. Protecting those treasures doesn't mean you distrust others. It means you honor God's timing and wisdom. After all, if even Jesus told his disciples not to cast their pearls before swine, Matthew 7:6, shouldn't we exercise similar discernment with our own spiritual pearls? When you share too much of what is sacred to you, it is like leaving a vulnerable seed exposed to harsh winds and storms before it has a chance to grow. The beauty of your journey and the value of your purpose may be invisible to many around you, some through lack of understanding, and others, perhaps with intentional malice, may unknowingly or purposefully sabotage what you are striving to build. God calls us to exercise caution in what we reveal, ensuring that his divine plan for our lives can unfold without unnecessary disruption. As one of God's chosen ones, you bear a profound spiritual weight that not everyone can comprehend or handle. What God has placed in your life is deep and powerful, yet sharing too much can create openings for opposition and unnecessary spiritual battles. Think of your spiritual secrets as your armor, designed by God to protect you. When you expose too much of this armor, you create gaps that invite attacks, weakening your defenses. The Apostle Paul wrote in Ephesians 6:11, to put on the full armor of God so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. This armor is not just for battle, it is also a shield for the sacred truths and callings God has entrusted to you. Why then would we willingly lower that shield by revealing too much to those who may not cherish or respect its significance? Your mission is unlike anyone else's, and the secrets God has entrusted to you are part of the unique way he sustains your journey. Have you ever experienced a moment when sharing a deeply personal goal or vision seemed to trigger a series of unexpected obstacles? Imagine telling a friend about a business idea only to find unexplained resistance or barriers appearing out of nowhere. Or perhaps you've shared a cherished dream with a family member and felt a sudden wave of disbelief or negativity that drained your motivation. These experiences are not random. They reflect a spiritual reality. What is sacred carries a divine power, and exposing it to unprepared or unkind hearts can compromise its potential to flourish. In Matthew 7:6, Jesus warned his followers, "Do not give what is holy to the dogs, nor cast your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under their feet, and turn and tear you in pieces." These words remind us to discern the audience for our revelations. What God has given you is holy, a pearl of great value. Sharing it with those who lack the capacity to honor its worth is not only risky, but also detrimental to your mission. Have you ever paused to consider why certain dreams seem to thrive only when nurtured in silence? God's wisdom often comes through his still, small voice, guiding us to guard what is sacred until the right time. What might happen if you began to treat your dreams and plans like treasures that require safekeeping? By keeping these sacred truths protected, you allow God to work in the background, shielding you from unnecessary interference and strengthening your spiritual journey. God, in his infinite wisdom, chooses to reveal his truths to us in deeply personal ways. These revelations often come in moments of stillness, during heartfelt prayer, or in the quiet assurance that he is near. These divine messages are not only meant to guide and strengthen you, but are also entrusted to you with confidentiality. When such sacred insights are shared with someone who is not aligned with your spiritual journey, the risk of losing the connection or doubting the truth of the message increases. This is why not every spiritual revelation is meant to be spoken aloud. Discerning when to share and when to remain silent requires a close, prayerful relationship with God. Reflect on how God communicated with the prophet Elijah. In 1 Kings 19:11 2-12, Elijah expected to hear God's voice in a powerful wind, an earthquake, or a fire, but instead, God spoke in a gentle whisper. This illustrates how God often works in subtle ways, entrusting his servants with messages that are quiet yet powerful. Imagine if Elijah had misunderstood or prematurely shared this sacred moment with someone who couldn't grasp its significance. Would it have diminished the impact of the revelation? Before sharing a divine insight, ask yourself, will this person understand or honor what I am about to share? If your heart hesitates, consider keeping it to yourself. Not everyone possesses the spiritual maturity to comprehend or appreciate the depth of what God has revealed to you. Silence in this context is more than a shield. It is an act of reverence. Choosing to protect God's secrets is a way of acknowledging their divine origin and safeguarding their purpose. Keeping a spiritual secret is not an act of fear, but one of profound faith. It demonstrates that your trust in God's timing and plan outweighs your need for validation from others. Think of this as building a fortified wall around the treasures God has placed in your soul. Just as Nehemiah rebuilt the walls of Jerusalem to protect what was sacred, Nehemiah 2:17-18, you are called to safeguard the divine purpose planted in your heart. Have you ever considered that guarding a spiritual secret could be an act of obedience to God? When we choose silence, we create a sacred space where his plans can flourish without interference. What steps can you take today to better discern what should remain between you and God? By honoring his revelations with quiet faith, you align yourself with his wisdom, allowing his purpose to unfold in his perfect timing. Protecting your spiritual secrets is a profound way of nurturing your well-being and honoring the trust God has placed in you. By keeping these revelations guarded, you demonstrate self-respect, acknowledging the unique journey God has designed for you. This act of preservation is also an expression of obedience to God, who calls you to stay focused on your divine purpose, free from unnecessary distractions or interference. The secret God has given you is not merely a gift, it is your shield, your greatest protection. By safeguarding it and treating it with reverence, you open the door for God to lead you to unimaginable blessings and opportunities. Consider how often we look outward for protection. We turn to advice from friends, rely on human strategies, or depend on our own physical or mental strength. Yet, for God's chosen ones, the most potent form of protection lies within. The secret God has entrusted to you is like a sacred key, known only to you and Him. It is a reflection of your spiritual identity and the purpose He has written on your heart. Why then would you risk exposing this treasure to the world? Just as Jesus withdrew to solitary places to pray and guard His communion with the Father, Luke 5:16, so too must we cultivate silence and discretion to protect the sacred things of God. Silence, in this context, is not about hiding or retreating in fear. It is about recognizing the value of what you carry and safeguarding it from forces that might seek to diminish or derail it. Have you ever noticed how silence can disarm negativity and strengthen resolve? It is a powerful weapon, one that shields what is precious without the need for confrontation. In Proverbs 21:23 we are reminded, "Whoever keeps his mouth and his tongue keeps himself out of trouble." This wisdom underscores the importance of choosing our words carefully, especially when they pertain to the divine secrets God has placed within us. Your spiritual secret is more than a piece of information. It is a divine strategy, tailored specifically for your journey. It carries the weight of God's purpose for your life, making it a target for misunderstanding, envy, or even spiritual opposition. By keeping it guarded, you align yourself with God's protection and His plan. What steps can you take today to honor the trust God has placed in you? Could it be that silence in this season is the key to unlocking your next breakthrough? Trust in the sacredness of the secret and in God's promise to guide you to places beyond your imagination. Have you ever noticed how certain people seem overly curious about your life, asking probing questions or passing judgment? While some may appear well-meaning, their intentions are not always pure. This is why silence becomes more than just a habit. It becomes a divine strategy, a shield of wisdom that protects you from harmful energies and unwarranted criticisms. The Bible, in its timeless wisdom, reminds us of the power of silence, teaching in Proverbs 17:28. Even fools are thought wise if they keep silent, and discerning if they hold their tongues. For the chosen ones, silence is not just about self-preservation. It is an essential aspect of spiritual discernment and protection. Picture your heart as a sacred safe, designed by God to hold the precious secrets He has entrusted to you. Like any safe, it can only be opened with the correct combination. The divine treasures stored within, dreams, revelations, and spiritual insights, are meant to be safeguarded. But have you considered who has access to this sacred space? Are those around you aligned with God's plan for your life? If not, it may be time to re-examine your boundaries and the extent to which you share your inner world. Not all knowledge is meant to be shared, and discernment is key. Think of how Jesus chose to reveal His teachings. While He spoke openly in parables to the crowds, the deeper truths were reserved for His disciples. Those He knew could understand and carry His message forward. In Matthew 13:11, Jesus explained, "The knowledge of the secrets of the kingdom of heaven has been given to you, but not to them." This shows that even divine wisdom requires careful consideration of the audience. Silence also allows God to work in the unseen. When we speak too freely, we often invite unnecessary complications or opposition into our lives. Have you ever shared something deeply personal only to regret it later because of the reaction you received? Perhaps you felt judged, misunderstood, or even betrayed. These experiences remind us that silence is a tool for both protection and wisdom. By keeping sacred matters between you and God, you create a safe environment for His plans to unfold. Ask yourself, who are the people I allow close to my heart? Do they uplift me and align with God's purpose for my life? Or do they bring doubt and distraction? Not everyone needs to know your every move or hear every revelation God has placed in you. Trusting in the value of discretion is not about shutting people out. It's about honoring the sacred relationship you have with God and ensuring His treasures are preserved for the right time and audience. Silence, chosen wisely, can be your most powerful ally. One of the most profound spiritual challenges faced by God's chosen ones is learning to discern what should remain hidden and what can be shared. Before you speak, take a moment to reflect. Does what I am about to say glorify God, or is it driven by my own ego? If it honors God and serves His purpose, then share it boldly. But if it stems from pride or reveals a vulnerability that could be exploited, it may be wiser to keep it between you and God. The Bible often reminds us of the power and consequence of our words. In Proverbs 18:21, it says, "The tongue has the power of life and death." This is a solemn reminder that the words we release into the world can shape the spiritual battles we face. When you reveal too much, you may unintentionally invite envy or negativity into your life. These external forces can create unnecessary distractions, weaken your faith, and slow your spiritual journey. Have you ever noticed how quickly a moment of joy or inspiration can shift after sharing it with the wrong person? This is no coincidence. Not everyone around you has your best interests at heart, and not everyone is spiritually mature enough to handle the weight of your calling. As a chosen one, consider your spiritual secrets as treasures of immeasurable value. Protect them as you would guard the most precious jewel, knowing that the less you reveal, the less room there is for spiritual attacks. Silence, in many instances, is not merely a sign of wisdom. It becomes an invisible barrier that shields you from harm. In Psalm 141:3, David prayed, "Set a guard over my mouth, Lord. Keep watch over the door of my lips." This prayer reflects the importance of divine discernment and restraint in speech, especially for those entrusted with sacred purposes. The people around you play a pivotal role in your journey. Some individuals uplift and inspire, encouraging your growth in faith and purpose, while others may sow seeds of doubt and fear. Have you taken the time to examine those within your inner circle? Are they aligned with your spiritual vision, or do they subtly pull you away from God's plan? Surrounding yourself with those who share your values and understand the weight of your calling strengthens your ability to protect what is sacred. Trust is a sacred currency, and not everyone is equipped to handle the truths of your mission. Only those who value and respect your purpose can be trusted to hear even fragments of your calling. Remember the example of Mary, the mother of Jesus, who treasured up all these things and pondered them in her heart. Luke 2:19. She understood the importance of keeping sacred revelations close, preserving them in silence until the time was right. Can you imagine the peace and focus you would gain by guarding your own spiritual treasures in this way? Align yourself with those who inspire growth and encourage your walk with God. By doing so, you build a fortress of faith around the divine secrets entrusted to you, ensuring that your mission remains undisturbed and that God's plans can unfold without interference. One of the most powerful and practical ways to protect your spiritual secret is by entrusting it to God through prayer. There is no safer sanctuary for your hopes, fears, and plans than the presence of the Almighty. When you bring these matters to Him, you not only safeguard them, but also open yourself to divine guidance on how, when, and with whom to share them. Prayer strengthens your discernment, and the Holy Spirit, as your unwavering counselor, will faithfully guide you in knowing the moments to speak and the moments to remain silent. Picture this. You are working on a significant project or have just received a profound vision from God. The excitement of this revelation fills your heart, and the temptation to share it with others feels almost overwhelming. Yet, wisdom urges you to pause. Consider this. Are the people around you capable of understanding and supporting what God has shown you? Often, sharing prematurely can expose your vision to criticism or doubt that may derail your focus. Jesus himself taught the value of discretion in Matthew 6:6, saying, "But when you pray, go into your room, close the door, and pray to your Father who is unseen. Then your Father, who sees what is done in secret, will reward you." This underscores the power of working and praying in secret, trusting God to reveal the fruits of your efforts in His timing. Silence in these moments is not a sign of fear, but of strategy. When Nehemiah set out to rebuild the walls of Jerusalem, he kept his plans private until the right moment. In Nehemiah 2:12 he stated, "I had not told anyone what my God had put in my heart to do for Jerusalem." By maintaining secrecy, Nehemiah avoided unnecessary opposition and carried out God's plan effectively. Similarly, when you hold your spiritual secrets close, you shield them from the doubts and negativity of those who may not share your faith or vision. Have you ever faced criticism or skepticism that weakened your resolve? Imagine the peace and focus you could maintain by allowing your plans to grow quietly under God's protection. By keeping them hidden until they are ready to be revealed, you align yourself with God's wisdom and timing. This is not about hiding out of fear, but about honoring the sacred process of preparation. God has promised that what is done in secret will be rewarded openly. Trusting in this principle allows you to focus on the work God has given you without distraction. Can you think of areas in your life where silence might be the key to progress? By surrendering your plans to God in prayer and trusting His timing, you not only protect your spiritual secret, but also position yourself to receive the rewards that only He can provide. Chosen one, recognize that the secret God has placed within you is not only your greatest shield, but also a profound symbol of your dedication to His divine purpose. This secret is more than protection against the adversary. It is a sacred testament to your faith and obedience. By keeping it hidden, you demonstrate trust in God's perfect timing, knowing He will reveal His work in your life when the moment is divinely appointed. In the quietness of your faith, God performs miracles, turning the unseen into the visible, making His glory known through the silence you preserve. This divine secret is no ordinary gift. It is not merely knowledge or information. It is the very core of your calling and purpose. It holds the blueprint of what you were created to accomplish in this world. Choosing to safeguard this secret is an act of profound responsibility, not just for your own protection, but for the fulfillment of the mission God has entrusted to you. Ecclesiastes 3:1 reminds us, "There is a time for everything, and a season for every activity under the heavens." Revealing something prematurely can disrupt its purpose as surely as failing to reveal it at all. Are you discerning the timing God has set for the treasures He has given you? The Bible is rich with examples of those who trusted God's timing and guarded what was sacred until the right moment. Consider Mary, the mother of Jesus. After the angel Gabriel revealed her divine purpose, she pondered these things in her heart, keeping them close and trusting God's plan. Luke 2:19. Her silence was not fear but wisdom, a demonstration of faith that God would unfold His will in His perfect way. How might your journey change if you approached your divine secret with the same quiet confidence? God does not bestow great responsibilities on those unprepared to safeguard them. The secret He has entrusted to you is proof of your worthiness in His eyes. Protecting something so precious requires more than silence. It demands unwavering faith and deep trust in God's plan. When you resist the urge to reveal this secret, you make a powerful declaration that your trust in God is greater than your need for validation or understanding. This act of faith creates a sacred space for His plan to flourish, even when you cannot yet see the full picture. Do you trust God enough to hold on to the unknown, believing He will reveal it at the right time? By guarding the secret, you align yourself with His purpose, showing that you are a vessel ready to carry out His will. As you walk in this obedience, you are not only preserving what is sacred, you are also paving the way for the miraculous to manifest in ways beyond your imagination. Let this secret remain your shield, your weapon, and your testament to the greatness of the God you serve. We often feel the urge to share our achievements or future plans with those we love, seeking their encouragement or understanding. Yet, it is crucial to remember that not everyone is prepared to embrace or support the divine purpose God has placed in your life. Protecting your secret becomes an act of faith, a declaration that you trust God's sovereignty and timing. You believe that He will reveal what needs to be known at the perfect moment. Prayer is the sacred channel through which you can access divine wisdom, seeking clarity on when to speak and when to remain silent. Before sharing, ask God, "Lord, is this the time? Is this the person you have chosen?" Sometimes, the silence you hear in response is His way of urging you to guard your secret a little longer. Through prayer, you not only gain discernment, but also fortify your connection with God, enabling you to recognize spiritual traps that may lie ahead. Have you ever shared something deeply personal, only to feel the sting of betrayal or judgment? Perhaps you revealed a cherished dream or a sacred moment in your life, trusting it would be safe, only to discover that the person was unprepared to receive it, or worse, used it against you. These moments are more than painful. They are spiritual lessons designed to teach you the value of discretion. As Jesus taught in Matthew 10:16, "Be as shrewd as snakes and as innocent as doves." This balance of wisdom and purity is vital for protecting what God has entrusted to you. Think of how often the Bible emphasizes the power of restraint in speech. Proverbs 13:3 tells us, "Those who guard their lips preserve their lives, but those who speak rashly will come to ruin." This truth reminds us that even well-intentioned words can lead to unforeseen consequences. By withholding what is sacred, you create a protective boundary around the treasures God has placed in your life. How might your journey shift if you learn to pause, pray, and discern before speaking? The painful experiences of misplaced trust are not meant to break you, but to sharpen your spiritual awareness. Like Joseph, whose dreams were mocked and misunderstood by his own brothers, Genesis 37. You may face betrayal when you share prematurely, yet God's purpose for Joseph was not diminished. It was fulfilled in due time. Could it be that God is asking you to nurture your dreams in silence, trusting Him to reveal them at the right time? By protecting your secret, you align yourself with God's wisdom and avoid unnecessary spiritual battles. Let prayer be your constant guide, anchoring you in faith and helping you discern when to speak and when to remain silent. What steps can you take today to ensure that the sacred things in your life are preserved for God's timing? Remember, not everything precious needs to be shared. Sometimes the greatest acts of faith happen in the quiet trust between you and God. Just as a rare and priceless jewel requires special protection, the divine secret God has entrusted to you also demands unique care and vigilance. Loneliness, often misunderstood as a burden, is actually a sacred gift in disguise. It is in these moments of solitude that God speaks to you with unmatched clarity, deepening your intimacy with Him and equipping you for the battles that lie ahead. When you find yourself feeling alone, remember that this is not a sign of abandonment, but of divine separation. God is shielding you from influences that could jeopardize the sacred purpose you carry. Embrace these quiet seasons as opportunities for spiritual growth and a deeper trust in His plan. Your words hold immense power, the power to create or to destroy, to invite blessings or to open doors for spiritual opposition. This is why it is crucial to guard the secret God has given you. By speaking too soon about something He's still working on, you may inadvertently expose your life to impure energies or malicious intentions. The protection of your divine purpose begins with your choice of words. Silence often becomes your strongest shield, a defense that preserves God's work until the moment it is ready to be revealed. Proverbs 21:23 wisely states, "Those who guard their mouths and their tongues keep themselves from calamity." How much more peace could you maintain by practicing this wisdom in your life? Envy is one of the most insidious forces that can target those carrying a divine purpose. When you share prematurely, you risk drawing envious eyes or even intentional acts of sabotage. This is not about living in fear, but about walking in divine wisdom. Jesus Himself instructed His disciples to be shrewd as serpents and innocent as doves. Matthew 10:16. This balance of strategy and purity is key to protecting the sacred calling within you. How might your journey look different if you approached your purpose with this same discernment and shrewdness? Timing is essential in every aspect of life, and the revelation of your secret is no exception. By keeping it concealed for now, you are allowing God to prepare the ground for its perfect unveiling. Imagine a flower blooming out of season. It may be beautiful for a brief moment, but will soon wither because it was not ready. The same principle applies to the secrets God has planted in you. Be patient and trust in His timing. Ecclesiastes 3:11 reminds us, He has made everything beautiful in its time. Could it be that your waiting is part of the process to ensure your purpose flourishes in its fullness? Every betrayal, disappointment, and season of solitude you have endured has been a lesson designed to teach you the value of guarding the sacred. These experiences were not random. They were part of God's divine preparation for you. Each moment of pain and challenge was a tool He used to refine your character and prepare you to protect what is most precious. Reflect on your past with gratitude, recognizing how even the hardest times were woven into His plan to strengthen your faith and determination. How might your perspective shift if you saw every trial as a divine training ground for your destiny? By honoring the lessons of the past, you step confidently into the future, fully equipped to preserve the treasures God has placed in your life. Let me speak directly to your heart. The secret you carry is more than a mission. It is a divine confirmation that you are part of something far greater than yourself, something eternal, something that transcends the limits of this world. This is precisely why you must keep it concealed for now. The enemy cannot disrupt what remains hidden. By guarding this sacred truth, you are not only protecting yourself, but also preserving God's divine purpose for your life. At the appointed time, God Himself will unveil what has been kept in secret, and when that moment arrives, no force in heaven or on earth will be able to stand against His plan. Until that day, commit to praying, trusting, and safeguarding what is most sacred within you. The spiritual journey you are on is both a privilege and a challenge, requiring discernment to protect the treasures God has entrusted to you. Some secrets are more than mere knowledge. They are spiritual keys that unlock the doors to your purpose. Yet, if shared with the wrong person, they can lead to setbacks, opposition, and confusion. Think of the times in the Bible when secrecy played a pivotal role in fulfilling God's plans. For example, when God instructed Moses' mother to hide him in the basket along the Nile, Exodus 2:3-4, her discretion ultimately saved his life and set the stage for Israel's deliverance. Similarly, protecting your secret ensures that nothing disrupts the divine path laid out before you. Today, I want to equip you with 3 powerful spiritual tools to help you guard these sacred secrets, fortify your spiritual walk, and protect your divine energy. What I share here could be the turning point between stagnation and the fulfillment of your God-given destiny. So, I urge you to listen with an open heart and a willing spirit. But more importantly, take these principles and apply them to your life. Are you ready to take this step and commit to safeguarding what God has placed in you? Remember, this is not just about protecting a secret. It's about securing the foundation of your purpose and ensuring that God's plans for your life unfold in His perfect timing. The first tool is strategic silence. Chosen one, you must remember that not everything requires an explanation. How often have you felt compelled to justify your actions or share a revelation simply because it seemed significant or impressive? Let me remind you, silence is more than the absence of words. It is a powerful form of prayer. When you choose to remain silent in the face of probing questions or doubts, you create a sacred space for God to work behind the scenes, shielding your purpose and preserving your energy. Silence is not a sign of weakness, but an intentional act of strength, allowing you to maintain control over the spiritual treasures entrusted to you. Every word carries power, and speaking without divine guidance can be as dangerous as opening the gates of a fortress without discerning who stands on the other side. Strategic silence is about discernment, knowing when to speak and when to hold back. In the spiritual realm, silence is more than restraint. It is an atmosphere where God moves. The Bible demonstrates the strength of silence in moments of great spiritual significance. When Jesus stood before Pilate, accused and condemned by false witnesses, He chose silence over defense. In Matthew 27:14 it says, "But Jesus made no reply, not even to a single charge, to the great amazement of the governor." This silence wasn't weakness, it was divine strategy, allowing the Father's plan of salvation to unfold without interference. Could your silence today serve a similar purpose, giving space for God to work in ways beyond your understanding? Many of the spiritual battles you face originate from misplaced words. The enemy listens carefully to what you declare, searching for gaps to exploit. When you practice strategic silence, you close those gaps and fortify your defenses. Silence is not passive, it is active protection. It shifts the focus from your words to your actions, allowing the fruit of your obedience to testify louder than anything you could say. In Proverbs 17:27-28, we are reminded, "The one who has knowledge uses words with restraint, and whoever has understanding is even-tempered. Even fools are thought wise if they keep silent." This wisdom underscores the profound power of choosing silence. Make this a habit in your daily life. Before responding to a question or sharing something deeply personal, pause and ask yourself, does this glorify God? Does this protect my purpose? If the answer is no, choose silence. In doing so, you align yourself with God's wisdom and create a protective barrier around the divine calling He has placed in you. Let your silence become a prayer, your restraint a testament to your faith, and your discretion a shield for your mission. The second practical tool is the fortress prayer, a shield of protection and a source of wisdom. Chosen one, your words carry power, but when they are directed to God, they transform into invincible spiritual weapons. Before deciding to share anything, or even considering with whom to share it, take a moment to lift your thoughts to God in prayer. Through this simple yet profound act, you invite His guidance and protection into the situation. A prayer like the one below can become your daily armor. Lord, strengthen my heart and grant me discernment to understand what should be spoken and what must remain hidden. Let my words glorify you alone, and may no divine secret be revealed before its appointed time. Amen. This prayer is more than words. It is a spiritual shield. When prayed with intention, it guards your heart from doubt, shields your mind from confusion, and creates a barrier against those who approach with impure motives. Through prayer, you are not just expressing faith, but actively building a solid foundation for your spiritual life. It is a reminder that God is your protector, the one who opens and closes doors, and the one who chooses when and how to reveal the truths He has entrusted to you. The Bible often underscores the importance of seeking God before making decisions. Proverbs 3:5-6 advises us to trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to Him, and He will make your paths straight. This principle applies powerfully to the act of sharing. By praying first, you place God at the center, allowing His wisdom to guide your words and His protection to shield your purpose. Consider how this simple practice can prevent common mistakes, such as trusting someone unworthy of your confidence or exposing yourself unnecessarily. How many times have hasty words or misplaced trust led to regret? Imagine the peace that comes with knowing that every decision has been fortified by prayer. When you make God the gatekeeper of your words, you ensure that His timing and purpose prevail. Never underestimate the power of prayer before any important decision, especially those involving the sacred treasures God has placed within you. Let the fortress prayer become a daily ritual, a source of strength that guards your spiritual journey and aligns your actions with God's will. By doing so, you turn every moment of uncertainty into an opportunity to deepen your trust in Him and His divine plan. The third practical tool is creating a circle of trusted individuals. Chosen one. Not everyone who enters your life has pure intentions. While God places the right people on your path to help you fulfill your purpose, He also permits challenges to strengthen your ability to discern. Building a mental or spiritual list of those who truly deserve to hear your plans and share in your confidences is essential. These individuals are not just companions. They are spiritual allies who will pray for your success, rejoice in your victories without jealousy, and stand with you in faith. To identify these trustworthy allies, pay attention to the fruits of their character. As Jesus taught in Luke 16:10, whoever can be trusted with very little can also be trusted with much. Observe how these individuals handle small matters. Do they act with integrity and faithfulness? Trust is not easily given. It is earned through consistent behavior. Sometimes those who appear closest to you may not be the most suitable to guard your spiritual secrets. Watch carefully for the subtle signs. How do they react to your successes? Do they genuinely celebrate your growth, or do they show hints of envy or competition? Are they genuinely interested in your spiritual journey, or do they seek opportunities to criticize or discourage you? A true spiritual ally will never compete with you, but will lift you up, pray for your prosperity, and encourage you to stay aligned with God's purpose. If you ever feel uncertain about someone's intentions, turn to prayer. Ask God to reveal what is hidden and to guide you in discerning the hearts of those around you. In James 1:5, we are promised, "If any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to you." This wisdom will help you guard the divine secrets entrusted to you. Failing to protect your secrets can lead to serious consequences. Words shared carelessly may breed envy, create misunderstandings, or even invite spiritual attacks. The Bible warns us of this danger in Proverbs 11:13. A gossip betrays a confidence, but the trustworthy keep a secret. Choosing the right confidants is not just a matter of preference. It is a spiritual discipline that protects your purpose and strengthens your journey. Take time to reflect on your relationships. Who among those around you consistently uplifts and supports you? Who prays for you without expectation of reward or recognition? These are the people worthy of your trust. By building a circle of genuine, God-ordained allies, you create a safe space to share, grow, and walk confidently in your calling. Protect your secrets wisely, for they are the keys to fulfilling the purpose God has set before you. To advance in your God-given purpose, you must embrace 3 key principles: knowing when to remain silent, praying before taking action, and placing your trust only in those who have demonstrated genuine faithfulness. Protecting your secrets is not just a practical step. It is an act of safeguarding your divine mission. When you guard the sacred truths entrusted to you, you create a shield around the calling that God has placed upon your life. Applying these tools is simpler than you might think. Begin by practicing strategic silence. Resisting the urge to share impulsive thoughts or details about your spiritual journey. Silence, when used wisely, becomes a fortress of protection. Incorporate the fortress prayer into your daily routine, especially before making decisions or taking significant steps. Make it a habit to regularly review your circle of trust, ensuring that only those guided by God have access to the most precious parts of your heart. These small, consistent actions build a spiritual fortress, safeguarding your life from unnecessary battles and distractions. Chosen one, understand that protecting your secrets is more than a strategy. It is an expression of faith. By guarding what God has revealed to you, you show that you value His purpose over your life above all else. These 3 tools, strategic silence, the fortress prayer, and a carefully curated circle of trusted people, are your spiritual weapons in the unseen battles you face. As you apply these principles, you will notice a shift in your spiritual journey, finding yourself shielded from forces that seek to derail you. Take a moment to reflect. Have you considered that within you lies something untouchable, something beyond what the physical world can comprehend? This secret is your direct connection to God, a spiritual bridge that strengthens your faith and defines your purpose. It is not meant to be fully understood by the world, which is why it must be fiercely protected. This sacred connection is like a divine flame, burning brightly yet hidden from those who would seek to extinguish it or exploit it. In the Bible, Jesus said, "For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also." Matthew 6:21. Your secret is not a physical possession. It is a spiritual treasure. It is the very essence of your calling, the foundation of your destiny, and the unshakable strength that carries you through life's storms. Guarding this treasure means honoring the sacred bond you share with God, allowing it to grow and flourish under His care. Imagine this divine flame within you, glowing with intensity, yet shielded from the curious, the critics, and those who might seek to discredit your journey. By protecting this flame, you allow God to work in His perfect timing, revealing His purpose when it is ready to shine for His glory. What steps can you take today to honor and protect this treasure within you? Trust that, as you safeguard your secrets, God will strengthen and guide you every step of the way, ensuring that your divine purpose remains intact and unstoppable. This secret you carry cannot be bought, sold, or given away. It is sacred and must be protected in the safest place, your heart. Just as a secure safe guards rare jewels, you are called to safeguard your divine connection with the same vigilance. The Word of God warns us in Matthew 6:19-20, "Do not store up for yourselves treasures on earth, where moths and rust destroy, and where thieves break in and steal, but store up for yourselves treasures in heaven." This means your spiritual connection, your sacred secret, must be protected from spiritual thieves, those forces or individuals that seek to rob you of your peace, faith, and trust in God's purpose. When you guard this secret, it becomes a fortress, shielding you from the forces that aim to derail your journey. The essence of this secret is your unshakable faith. It is the unwavering belief in God's promises, even when circumstances suggest otherwise. It is the inner conviction that your life carries a specific divine purpose, even in the face of a world that may try to sow doubt. This faith is not meant for everyone to see or understand. When you hold it close, allowing it to grow in silence, it strengthens and becomes a formidable shield against doubts, negativity, and spiritual attacks. Keeping this faith hidden does not weaken it, it fortifies it. In the stillness of your heart it grows, becoming a guiding light in the darkest of paths. Have you ever experienced a moment when your faith seemed like the only thing keeping you moving forward, even as everything around you felt uncertain or broken? That is the power of a protected faith, a beacon of hope that cannot be extinguished. Not everyone around you is capable of understanding the depth of what God is doing in your life. Some may belittle your journey, seek to distract you, or even try to destroy the sacred work God is building within you. Sharing your faith indiscriminately with those who cannot appreciate its essence exposes it to unnecessary attacks. This is why protecting your secret is not about hiding the truth, but about preserving it from those who are not ready to receive it. Mary, the mother of Jesus, offers a powerful example of this wisdom. After the shepherds shared their divine encounter with the angels, Mary did not rush to tell everyone. Instead, she treasured up all these things and pondered them in her heart. Luke 2:19. Mary understood that some revelations are meant to be kept sacred, meditated upon, and nurtured in intimacy with God. She did this not out of fear, but out of reverence, recognizing the weight and holiness of what had been revealed to her. Chosen one, you too are called to protect the sacred treasures God has placed in your heart. This act of keeping your secret is not only wise, but deeply reverent. It acknowledges that some truths are too precious to be exposed prematurely. It allows God to mature His plans within you and to reveal them at the perfect time. By safeguarding your faith and divine connection, you demonstrate your trust in His timing and your commitment to His purpose. Can you imagine the peace and strength that come from keeping your faith protected, allowing it to grow unshaken by the world's chaos? Just as Mary honored the sacred revelations given to her, let your reverence for what God has entrusted to you guide your actions. Protect your secret, nurture your faith, and trust that in God's perfect time, His glory will be revealed through you. Your secret is the foundation of your mission, the unseen strength that equips you to fulfill your divine purpose. Many wonder how you manage to endure trials, rise above challenges, and continue forward with unwavering resolve. What they fail to see is that your power comes from something hidden, a connection with God that is deeply rooted like the unseen roots of a tree. Though invisible, these roots sustain and nourish you, allowing you to stand firm and flourish even in the harshest storms. By guarding this sacred connection, you fortify your greatest strength, enabling you to thrive where others falter. God has woven power into silence. The secret you keep is not only a shield, but a divine strategy designed for your protection and growth. When you preserve your faith and spiritual connection within the sanctuary of your heart, those who seek to understand or disrupt it find no point of entry. You become like a fortified city, unshakable and impenetrable. This guarded mystery is a beauty that only you and God share, a sacred bond that the world cannot comprehend or unravel. Chosen one, keeping this secret goes beyond personal protection. It is an act of reverence and honor for the calling God has placed on your life. By choosing to keep your faith and spiritual connection away from the scrutiny and opinions of others, you demonstrate a profound trust in God's plan. This decision declares your understanding of the magnitude of your purpose and your willingness to protect it at all costs. Just as Nehemiah rebuilt Jerusalem's walls to secure what was sacred, Nehemiah 2:17-18, you are called to build a spiritual wall around your divine mission. What truly matters is your recognition that this secret is your greatest safeguard and your key to staying aligned with God's purpose. Guarding it is not about hiding in fear, but about preserving something precious with wisdom. In Proverbs 4:23, the Bible advises, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." Your heart, the safe for this secret, is the source of your strength and alignment with God's will. Protecting it ensures that you remain on the path He has laid out for you. When you keep this secret, you position yourself to become unshakable, impenetrable, and fully prepared for the future God has designed for you. Revelations shared prematurely are vulnerable to destruction, but those nurtured and guarded with wisdom transform into eternal strengths. Consider Mary, the mother of Jesus, who kept divine revelations close to her heart, treasuring them in silence, Luke 2:19. Her wisdom and patience allowed God's plan to unfold at the perfect time, undisturbed by external forces. How might your journey change if you adopted the same reverence and discipline? By preserving this sacred secret, you honor God and protect the destiny He has entrusted to you. Every moment of silence, every act of discernment, and every prayer strengthens the foundation of your mission. Remember, what is revealed too soon risks being lost, but what is safeguarded with wisdom endures forever. In this way, you glorify God, uphold your divine calling, and advance with confidence toward the purpose He has prepared for you. As we close this message, let us reflect on the importance of keeping certain things hidden in your heart. Not everything is meant to be shared, even with those closest to you. Some secrets carry the weight of your divine mission, and revealing them prematurely or to the wrong people could hinder God's plan for your life. Remember, the Bible tells us in Proverbs 4:23, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." Guarding these sacred truths is an act of faith and trust in God, allowing Him to protect and guide you on the path He has ordained. To all of God's chosen ones listening today, know that keeping silent about certain matters is not weakness, it is wisdom. It is an acknowledgement that God's hand is upon you and His ways are higher than ours. By maintaining discretion, you open the door for His blessings and ensure that no weapon formed against you will prosper. The world may not understand your silence, but your Father in heaven sees your obedience and will reward you in due time. If this message has inspired or blessed you, we humbly invite you to support our work through a super thanks. Your donations allow us to continue spreading God's word and reaching hearts across the globe. To those who can give, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. For those who cannot, your prayers, likes, and shares are a blessing to us in ways words cannot express. Please take a moment to like this video, subscribe to our channel, and share it with others who may need this message of encouragement and wisdom. Your engagement helps this community grow and allows us to touch more lives with the light of Christ. We'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. What part of today's message spoke to you the most? As you go about your day, may God cover you with His grace, strengthen you in your journey, and fill your life with His peace. You are deeply loved, and we thank you for being a part of this family. Stay tuned for more messages of hope and inspiration. Until next time, may God bless you richly in all you do. Stay blessed and favored. Beloved chosen ones, let me ask you something that might echo deep within your soul. Have you ever felt like the weight of an unspoken truth rests upon your shoulders, a truth too powerful for the world to comprehend? Have you stood silently, surrounded by people, yet felt utterly set apart, as though you were seeing life through a lens others cannot? If so, this is no coincidence. It's the mark of someone chosen, someone carrying a divine gift hidden within. You're not ordinary. God Himself has set you apart, placing within you a power so profound, so extraordinary, that it demands to be guarded with care. This is not a power to flaunt or use recklessly. It's a sacred responsibility, one that requires wisdom, discernment, and above all, patience. Why? Because not everyone is ready to receive what you know. Not everyone can handle the magnitude of the truth you carry. To reveal it at the wrong time or to the wrong people could bring confusion, envy, or even harm to the purpose God has woven into your life. Before we go deeper, let me pause to say this. I am deeply grateful to each of you who has supported this community, especially through Super Thanks. Your kindness and generosity make it possible to share these messages and spread the light. You are a vital part of this journey, and for that, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. If this message speaks to your spirit, I invite you to take a step of faith and comment 999 below. Let it be a bold declaration that you are ready to uncover the truth of your divine calling and the sacred power you hold. But now, let's go further. Have you ever felt the whisper of a higher calling, a quiet voice urging you to look beyond the surface of your life? Have you wondered why your journey has been so uniquely challenging, or why you see the world in ways others cannot? What if this moment, right here, right now, is the divine confirmation you've been waiting for? What if God is using this very message to open your eyes to the purpose that has been hidden in plain sight all along? This is not a message to take lightly. You see, the power within you is unlike anything most people will ever encounter. It is a beacon of light in a world often consumed by shadows, and as such, it comes with challenges. Those who are unprepared for your light may misunderstand you, fear you, or even seek to diminish you. But here's the truth. The God who gave you this gift is also the one who will guide you in protecting it. So, I urge you to stay with me. Together, we will explore the nature of this gift, why it must remain hidden for now, and how to embrace it with courage and wisdom. This is not just a conversation, it's a divine invitation. What you are about to uncover will not only affirm your questions, but also unlock a deeper understanding of why you have been chosen. Dear one, this journey is not for the faint of heart, but it is one of the most rewarding paths you will ever walk. Let's take this step together and begin to unravel the mystery of the power you hold and the purpose God has destined for your life. This is your time. Let's embark on this divine journey. God's chosen ones, you hold a very dangerous power. Never reveal it. Keep it hidden. The special, very dangerous power within you, discernment. Discernment is far more than just a skill. It is a divine gift, uniquely bestowed upon you by God Himself. The dictionary might describe it as the ability to recognize small details, differentiate between similar things, and make intelligent judgments. But if we stop there, we miss the true depth of its meaning. Discernment, in its purest form, is a spiritual insight, a divine intuition that transcends human understanding. It's the Holy Spirit speaking truths into your soul that others, overwhelmed by the noise of the world, simply cannot hear. It's God sharpening your spiritual vision, enabling you to see the hidden realities that lie beneath the surface of life. But let's be honest, this gift can feel like a heavy burden. Having discernment often means walking a lonely road. How many times have you caught yourself thinking, why can't I just be like everyone else? Why do I have to see the cracks in their masks? the lies behind their words, the dangers hidden in plain sight. It's tempting to believe that something is wrong with you, that you're somehow out of sync with the world around you. But let me assure you, there is absolutely nothing wrong with you. In fact, everything about you is profoundly right. You have been chosen for this. Yes, chosen. God Himself has entrusted you with this extraordinary ability because He sees in you a heart willing to carry this responsibility. When Jesus said, "He who has ears to hear, let him hear," Mark 4:9, He wasn't speaking to everyone. Those words were a call to the chosen few, to those attuned to divine truths. Not everyone has the ears to hear or the eyes to see what God is revealing. But you do. You have been set apart. And with that calling comes a responsibility. Sometimes discernment feels like a weight you weren't prepared to carry. You walk into a room, and before a single word is spoken, you already sense the truth lurking beneath the surface. You feel the unspoken tension, see the pain hiding behind polite smiles, and detect the difference between sincerity and pretense. It's as if the truth is pulling at you, whispering, "Pay attention, this matters." Think about those moments when your spirit felt uneasy. Imagine being at work, for example, when a new person joins the team. They're charming, friendly, and quickly become everyone's favorite. People praise them, saying things like, "What a great addition." But deep down, something feels off. Their words may be kind, but their energy feels unsettling, even sharp. Days or weeks later, the truth reveals itself. They spread rumors, manipulate situations, or betray a colleague for personal gain. And in that moment you think to yourself, "I knew it." That is discernment. But let's pause here, because discernment isn't about saying, "I told you so." It's not about proving you're right or feeling vindicated when the truth finally comes to light. Discernment is a spiritual tool, a gift from God that carries purpose. It's not just about what you see, it's about understanding why God has revealed it to you. Consider the words of Proverbs 4:23. "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." Could it be that God is urging you to protect yourself from harm, to set boundaries where others might leave themselves vulnerable? Or perhaps, as Ephesians 6:18 says, He's calling you to pray in the Spirit on all occasions with all kinds of prayers and requests. Maybe your discernment is meant to guide you to intercede for someone who desperately needs it but cannot ask. The weight of discernment can feel overwhelming at times. You may wonder, why me? Why do I see the cracks in the facade when everyone else is oblivious? But this isn't a curse, it's a calling. Remember what Jesus said in John 16:13. When the Spirit of truth comes, He will guide you into all the truth. Your ability to discern is not something you've earned. It is the Spirit working through you, revealing what others cannot see. So the next time you sense a truth pulling at your attention, don't rush to judgment. Instead, ask God, "What are you trying to show me? What do you want me to do with this knowledge?" Discernment is a gift, but it's also an invitation, a chance to align your actions with God's will. Beloved soul, know this: the weight you feel is not without purpose. God doesn't burden you lightly. He reveals things to you because He trusts you to listen, to act, and to steward this gift for His glory. So, will you embrace the responsibility? Will you listen to His voice and follow His lead? Now, let's shift our focus to how discernment influences your relationships. When you carry this gift, you're not just hearing the words people say, you're perceiving the spirit behind them. A cheerful tone might mask envy, a friendly gesture might hide ulterior motives, or a forced smile might barely conceal deep, unspoken pain. It's not that you're intentionally searching for flaws or trying to uncover what's hidden. Instead, the truth seems to find you, often without your asking. This gift can be both enlightening and challenging, particularly in close relationships. Consider the story in Luke 7:36-50, where Jesus dined at the house of a Pharisee. During the meal, a woman known for her sinful life entered, weeping at Jesus' feet, anointing them with perfume. The Pharisee silently judged her, thinking, "If this man were a prophet, he would know who is touching him." But Jesus discerned far more than the Pharisee's shallow condemnation. He saw the woman's heart, her genuine repentance, her overwhelming love, and responded with compassion, saying, "Your faith has saved you. Go in peace." This is discernment in action, the ability to look past surface-level judgments and societal labels to see the truth that only God can reveal. Ask yourself, how often do you sense more in someone than what their words convey? How often do you feel a nudge in your spirit to go deeper, to seek understanding rather than make assumptions? Discernment doesn't just expose what's wrong, it also reveals opportunities for grace, healing, and reconciliation. But navigating relationships with this gift isn't always straightforward. The more you see, the more you may struggle to balance truth with love. How do you respond when God shows you someone's hidden pain or unspoken motives? Do you call it out, pray over it, or extend grace as Jesus did, allowing space for transformation? This is where discernment becomes a tool of divine love rather than mere observation. It challenges you to lean into God's wisdom, asking not just, "What do I see?" but "What would you have me do with this, Lord?" As we explore further, let's uncover how to handle this gift in a way that builds rather than breaks, heals rather than harms, and ultimately honors the God who entrusted it to you. Let's confront a difficult reality. Discernment can be profoundly lonely. Have you ever hesitated to share what you see because you feared others wouldn't understand? Perhaps they've dismissed your words before, saying things like, "You're overthinking," or worse, "Why are you so judgmental?" It can feel isolating to carry insights that others can't or won't acknowledge. But let me remind you, discernment is not the same as judgment. Where judgment seeks to condemn and place people in boxes, discernment opens the door to wisdom, healing, and growth. Think about the Samaritan woman at the well in John 4:1-42. Jesus, in his divine discernment, knew her entire life story without her speaking a word. He knew her pain, her mistakes, and her struggles. Yet, instead of condemning her, he looked into her heart and offered her living water, saying, "Everyone who drinks this water will be thirsty again, but whoever drinks the water I give them will never thirst." John 4:13-14. His discernment wasn't about exposing her sins to shame her. It was about revealing her need for grace and pointing her toward transformation. What about you? How often have you felt that same tug in your spirit? The moment you see someone's unspoken pain or hidden motives, what do you do with that knowledge? Do you remain silent, fearing rejection? Or do you take a step of faith, trusting that God has revealed this to you for a reason? Could it be that He's calling you to guide, protect, or even restore someone through the truth you've been shown? Consider Proverbs 3:5-6. "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to Him, and He will make your paths straight." Discernment is a gift that requires submission to God's will. It's not about wielding knowledge to assert yourself, but about aligning with His purpose. Could it be that your moments of discernment are invitations to partner with God in His work? Yet, the loneliness of this calling is undeniable. Even Jesus experienced this. When He discerned the thoughts of the Pharisees or saw the true motives of those around Him, He often stood alone in His understanding. Imagine how isolating it must have been to say, "Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing." Luke 23:34. Even as he discerned their hatred. Beloved, the weight you feel is not a curse, but a sign of your purpose. God has given you this gift not to burden you, but to equip you. The challenge lies not in what you see, but in how you respond. Will you let this gift separate you from others, or will you embrace it as a bridge to compassion, healing, and truth? As we continue, let's explore how discernment can become a tool for transformation, both for yourself and those around you. How can you, like Jesus, use this gift to build others up, protect those in need, and glorify God? The answers might change the way you see yourself and your purpose forever. Let us dive into a truth rarely spoken and scarcely understood. The silent fear others feel when they realize you have been gifted with the ability to see through them. It is not a fear they can articulate. No, their pride would never allow it, but you can observe it, as clear as day, written all over their actions. Have you noticed how they suddenly avert their gaze when you look at them? How their hands fidget, their voices stumble, their defenses rise, even though you've said nothing to accuse them? You see, the fear is born from something deeper, an awareness that they are seen beyond the surface. You do not merely observe their words or actions, you discern the intentions behind them. This is the power that sets you apart, and it is both divine and dangerous. It is the gift of God's chosen ones. Consider the life of Jesus Christ. When he walked among men, what did he do? He saw the hearts of those around him. He discerned their hypocrisy, their lies, and their struggles, even when they spoke smooth and flattering words. In John 2:25, it is said, "He did not need any testimony about mankind, for he knew what was in each person." This extraordinary ability to see through pretense caused many to fear him, to avoid him, to lash out. Why? Because he illuminated their truth, the truth they wanted buried. Is this not what you face today? People may call you negative, too much, or even judgmental. They claim your presence unsettles them, but is it not their own reflection in your gaze that disturbs them? You're doing nothing wrong. You're simply being. Yet your presence becomes a mirror they cannot bear to look into. Why? Because in you their shadows are exposed, and in their discomfort they project their shame onto you. But pause and reflect. How did Christ respond when others rejected him for seeing their truth? Did he retaliate? No. He remained steadfast in his calling. He never revealed his full power unless it was the Father's will. When he stood before Pilate, accused and misunderstood, he held back, saying in John 19:11, "You would have no power over me if it were not given to you from above." This is your lesson. The power within you is divine. It is dangerous, not because you misuse it, but because it unsettles those unprepared to face the truth. And so you must learn to guard this power. Keep it sacred. Keep it hidden. Ask yourself, what would happen if I revealed all that I see? Would the world understand it, or would it turn against me, as it did against him? There is wisdom in secrecy. Remember the story of Joseph, the son of Jacob. When God gave him dreams of greatness, he shared them openly with his brothers. Did they celebrate his gift? No, they envied him, and their envy turned into hatred. Genesis 37:8 tells us their response. Do you intend to reign over us? Will you actually rule us? His words, though innocent, stirred fear and resentment because his brothers saw in him a power they could not comprehend. Perhaps you too are like Joseph, a dreamer, a seer, misunderstood and rejected because others cannot reconcile your gift with their insecurities. Do you think this is coincidence? It is not. Being chosen means being set apart. It means carrying a power that must be used wisely, often silently. So, What will you do with this knowledge? Will you shrink back to appease those who fear you? Or will you walk boldly yet humbly in your calling, knowing that God has entrusted you with something precious? Proverbs 29:11 offers wisdom here. A fool gives full vent to his spirit, but a wise man quietly holds it back. Your ability to see through others is not a curse. It is a calling, and the world, though it may misunderstand you, cannot take it away. Never reveal it recklessly. Guard it, protect it, because in due time, God will make your purpose known, just as he did with Joseph, just as he did with Christ. Now, ask yourself, are you ready to embrace this power, even if it means walking alone? For the chosen ones are often misunderstood, yet they are never truly alone, for the one who chose them walks with them always. Let us continue down this path of understanding, for the truth runs deeper than we often realize. If the ability to see through others unsettles them, it is because the gift you carry, the divine gift of discernment, shakes them to their very core. This gift is powerful. It penetrates where masks are worn, where false words are spoken, and where intentions hide in the shadows. Those around you know instinctively that you see what they wish to conceal, and this terrifies them. It is not easy being the one who sees. To carry this gift is to carry a weight that not everyone can bear. Have you ever wished you could unsee it all? That you could live blissfully unaware, just as others do? Trusting too easily, moving through life without constantly questioning. But you cannot. God did not give you this gift without purpose. He entrusted it to you because he knows you can be a faithful steward of it. You may feel the weight of this discernment pressing on you, but understand this. It is not only a burden, it is a blessing. Have you ever stopped to consider what God has spared you from because of this gift? How many fall into traps they never saw coming? Traps of deceit, betrayal, and heartbreak. How many people lose years of their lives pouring their love, time, and energy into relationships, friendships, or partnerships that were never genuine? How often do they invest in people who smile to their face but plan their downfall behind closed doors? But not you. God, in his wisdom, has equipped you with eyes that see beyond appearances and ears that hear beyond words. 1 Samuel 16:7 reminds us, "Man looks at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart." And as his chosen one, you carry a reflection of that same vision. He has given you the ability to discern the heart, to see the lies, the manipulation, and the fake smiles for what they truly are. Think about it. How much time, how much pain have you been spared because you could see through what others could not? Is it not a blessing, even when it feels like a curse? When you walked away from that friendship, that job, or that relationship that everyone else thought was perfect, they may have called you cold or judgmental. But in time, the truth revealed itself. You were not wrong. Your discernment protected you. Yet there are days, I know, when you wish you could turn it off. Days when you wish you didn't feel the weight of people's energies pressing against you. The discomfort of seeing their intentions, of sensing their falseness. It can be exhausting. Have you ever asked God, "Why me? Why this gift?" Perhaps Joseph, the son of Jacob, asked the same question as he sat in the pit his brothers threw him into, or later in Pharaoh's prison. His ability to interpret dreams, a gift of discernment, caused him pain before it brought him purpose. But here is the truth. This gift is preparing you for something greater. Just as Joseph's discernment ultimately elevated him to a position of authority, your gift too will serve a higher purpose. God is not wasting it, and neither should you. Romans 8:28 assures us, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." You may not have asked for this gift, you may not always want it, but trust this: God does not make mistakes. He saw something in you that others do not see: your strength, your faith, and your ability to walk in the truth, even when it makes others uncomfortable. So what will you do with this gift? Will you resent it, or will you embrace it as the tool it was meant to be? Because while discernment may feel like a burden today, it is a shield that spares you from years of heartache, wasted time, and misplaced trust. Remember, God has not given you this sight to harm you, but to protect you and to prepare you. He is saying to you, trust me, I gave you this gift because you are chosen. I see the road ahead, and I need you to see what others cannot. So take heart, for even when it feels heavy, it is a blessing. And as we move forward, let us consider this. If God gave you this gift to protect you, what might He be preparing you for next? Let us now look deeper into the biblical foundation of your gift, this powerful ability to discern what others cannot see. In 1 Corinthians 12:10, the Apostle Paul describes the spiritual gifts given by the Holy Spirit, including the ability to distinguish between spirits. This, my friend, is the very gift you carry. It is not something random, nor is it something you imagined. It is God-given, and like all spiritual gifts, it comes with a purpose and a responsibility. What does this responsibility mean for you? First, understand that discernment is not meant to make you feel superior, proud, or better than others. This gift was never about elevating you above others, but about protecting you and guiding those who are willing to listen. Think about a shepherd with eyes sharp enough to spot wolves in the distance. Does the shepherd boast about his ability to see what others can't? No. Instead, he uses that gift to keep the flock safe. But here's the challenge. Not everyone will understand this gift. Some will accuse you of being negative, saying you're too suspicious or unwilling to just go with the flow. Others will dismiss you outright, insisting that you're imagining things or reading too much into a situation. Have you ever been told you're overthinking this or you're making things up? If so, remember this: you are not crazy. What you sense, what you feel, it is real. God has opened your eyes for a reason. This is not paranoia. This is discernment. Let's turn to the example of Jesus Christ. In John 2:24-25, it says, "But Jesus would not entrust himself to them, for he knew all people. He did not need any testimony about mankind, for he knew what was in each person." Think about that for a moment. Jesus knew people's hearts. He saw their motives, their hidden agendas, their true intentions. Even when the crowd celebrated him or praised his miracles, he did not blindly trust them, for he understood what lay beneath their words and actions. How often do we see this in our own lives? People may present kindness, loyalty, or affection on the surface, but deep within, their hearts tell a different story. And yet, just as Jesus experienced, this ability to see beyond the surface can isolate you. Imagine what it must have been like for Christ to walk among people knowing their thoughts, knowing that some of those who shouted, "Hosanna," one day would cry out, "Crucify him," the next. Yet he was not swayed. He trusted in the Father's will and remained steadfast in his mission. You too must remain steadfast. When others misunderstand you, when they dismiss your discernment, hold fast to this truth. God gave you this gift for a reason. It is not your job to make others see what you see. It is not your responsibility to convince them of the truth. Your role is to trust in the gift, to honor it, and to use it wisely. Remember the words of Proverbs 3:5-6. "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your paths straight." Discernment is not a burden, though it may feel heavy at times. It is a compass, a divine tool meant to guide your steps. It spares you from trusting the wrong people, walking into the wrong situations, and being led astray. Even when others question you or call you too much, you can take comfort in the knowledge that God sees what they cannot, and He has chosen you to see it too. So let me ask you this: will you trust the gift God has given you, even when the world does not understand it? Will you remain faithful as Jesus did in the face of misunderstanding and rejection? Because the ability to discern is not only a spiritual gift, it is a sign of being set apart. And those who are set apart will always walk a path that others do not see. As we continue, let's explore further. How can you carry this gift humbly, wisely, and in alignment with God's will? For the responsibility of discernment is not just about seeing, it is about acting in faith. Here's the beautiful, yet often unspoken truth. Your gift of discernment is about far more than spotting lies or sidestepping danger. It's about something even more valuable: your precious time. Time is the one resource we can never get back. And while so many people squander it, pouring their energy, their hearts, and their lives into the wrong relationships, the wrong jobs, and the wrong paths, you are different. Why? Because God has given you discernment as a shield and a compass. It shields you from the snares of deception and wasted energy, and it points you toward what is true, real, and worthy of your time. Have you ever seen people ignore the red flags? They convince themselves to stay in places they should leave. They cling to relationships that are slowly breaking them, simply because they cannot see what you see. Perhaps you've been there once yourself, until God's gift of discernment opened your eyes. This is His mercy, friend. This is His way of sparing you from years of heartbreak, betrayal, and regret. And though this discernment comes with a cost, like fewer friendships or relationships, it comes with a reward far greater: quality over quantity. Yes, your circle may be small, but every person in it is genuine. Why? Because your gift acts as a filter, ensuring that only those who are real and worthy remain. Proverbs 27:6 says, "Wounds from a friend can be trusted, but an enemy multiplies kisses." How true this is. There are people who surround themselves with crowds, with loud laughter and false affection. To the world, it looks like abundance, but in reality, it is emptiness. Behind the smiles are hidden agendas. Behind the cheers are whispers of envy. They are kisses from those who do not have pure intentions. And this right here is what your gift of discernment protects you from. But let's be honest, it's not always easy. There are moments when loneliness strikes like a sharp wind, and you find yourself watching others surrounded by large circles of friends. You wonder, why is my circle so small? Why can't I have that too? It's a natural question, one born from the human desire to belong. But let me remind you of something powerful. What good is a crowd if they're all wearing masks? What good is company if it's built on lies and shallow intentions? Would you trade the peace of authenticity for the chaos of pretense? Would you trade the true friends God has given you for those who would betray you the moment you turn your back? Jesus Himself walked this path. Although multitudes followed Him, very few were close to Him. The crowds came for His miracles, but they deserted Him when the truth became too hard to bear. In John 6:66 it says, "From this time many of His disciples turned back and no longer followed Him." Yet even in His moments of solitude, Jesus was not alone. He was surrounded by a small, faithful few, His disciples, whom He knew were meant to walk closely with Him. Perhaps God is doing the same in your life. He is not isolating you. He is refining your circle. He is teaching you to value depth over breadth, authenticity over appearances. He knows that fake friends, those who cannot honor who you truly are better left behind. They don't deserve a place in your life, and your gift of discernment ensures they don't stay for long. Yes, the loneliness is real, but so is the blessing. Psalm 25:14 says, "The Lord confides in those who fear him. He makes his covenant known to them." To walk in discernment is to walk closely with God, to know his voice and his guidance. And while the world chases crowds and applause, God is leading you to a life of purpose, peace, and truth. So the next time you feel the pang of loneliness, remember this: you are not missing out. You are being set apart. You are being spared from relationships that would waste your time, drain your energy, and distract you from your calling. Let me ask you this: would you rather be surrounded by many who only pretend to know you, or by a few who love you deeply, truthfully, and as God intends? The answer is clear. God's discernment in you is a gift, a blessing wrapped in protection. Your small circle is not a sign of lack, but a sign of abundance of truth, loyalty, and love. And as we move forward, consider this: what does God want you to do with the time and energy he is protecting? For discernment not only saves you from harm, but frees you to walk fully into his purpose for your life. Here's something you must hold on to tightly. God has set you apart, and being set apart often means standing alone. This is not an easy path to walk, but it is a holy one. And while you may feel isolated, misunderstood, or even invisible, remember this: you are never truly alone. Jesus himself reassured us in Matthew 28:20. "I am with you always to the very end of the age." These words are not mere comfort, they are a promise, a divine truth spoken by the one who understands isolation better than anyone else. Jesus, the Son of God, walked with outcasts, ate with the misunderstood, and defended the misjudged. He was rejected by his own people, mocked by religious leaders, and betrayed by those closest to him. And yet he remained steadfast, knowing the Father was with him every step of the way. Let me take you back to the story of the prophet Elijah in 1 Kings 19. It is one of the most profound examples of loneliness and divine reassurance in Scripture. Elijah had just confronted the prophets of Baal in a mighty display of God's power, but instead of being celebrated, he was hunted. Alone in the wilderness, weary and burdened, Elijah cried out to God, "I have been very zealous for the Lord God Almighty. The Israelites have rejected your covenant, torn down your altars, and put your prophets to death with the sword. I am the only one left, and now they are trying to kill me too." Part of Kings 19:10. Can you feel his pain, his exhaustion? Elijah, a prophet chosen and anointed by God, felt utterly alone. He believed that he was the only one left who remained faithful, the last light in a world of darkness. Perhaps you felt the same way. Maybe you've stood firm in your discernment, speaking truth, or walking away from situations others blindly embrace, only to feel like the only one left who sees what you see. But here's what God said to Elijah: "Yet I reserve 7,000 in Israel, all whose knees have not bowed down to Baal and whose mouths have not kissed him." To such as Kings 19:18. God revealed to Elijah that he was not as alone as he believed. There were 7,000 others, hidden but faithful, who had not compromised or given in to the world's demands. And this is what God is saying to you. You are not alone. You may feel like Elijah, like you're carrying a weight no one else understands, like the only one who sees truth while the rest of the world looks the other way. But God, in his infinite wisdom, reminds you, I have others just like you, walking quietly in faith, standing firm and holding on to truth. You may not have met them yet. You may not see them right now, but they are there. They are part of the remnant God has reserved, just as he did in Elijah's time. And more importantly, He is with you. He walks beside you, just as He walked with Elijah, just as He walks with all who are faithful to Him. In those moments when the loneliness feels overwhelming, when you ask, God, why does this path feel so heavy? Remember this: the weight you carry is proof that you are chosen. If you were not set apart, you would blend in. If you did not have the gift of discernment, you would settle for lies like the rest of the world. But God has chosen you, marked you for something greater, and with that calling comes His constant presence. Think about Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane. Even as His disciples slept, even as He prepared to face betrayal, suffering, and death, He prayed alone. Yet He was never truly alone, for the Father was with Him. Luke 22:43 tells us, "An angel from heaven appeared to Him and strengthened Him." So I ask you, could it be that your loneliness is not a sign of abandonment, but a sign of refinement? Could it be that God is drawing you closer to Him, setting you apart so that He can speak to you more clearly, strengthen you more deeply, and prepare you for a greater purpose? You are not forgotten. You are not unseen. You are not alone. God walks with you, just as He did with Elijah, and He has placed others in this world who understand. The 7,000 you have yet to meet. So stand firm, walk boldly, and trust that the one who set you apart will never leave you nor forsake you. Deuteronomy 31:6. As we move forward, let me ask, what if this season of solitude is God's way of preparing you for the next chapter of your calling? Are you ready to embrace it, knowing He is walking beside you? Here's the truth you need to hold on to. Your discernment is not a curse. It is not a punishment or a flaw. It is a gift, a divine, precious gift from God. And while it may set you apart, it also sets you free. Free from the lies, free from the traps that others blindly walk into, free from the shallow and fake relationships that rob others of their peace and joy. Yes, it's hard to be the one who sees. Yes, it's hard to feel so deeply. But do you know what's harder? Living a life blind to the truth, stumbling through deception, and wasting your time and energy in places God never intended for you. Your discernment is a shield. It spares you from investing in the wrong people, from chasing the wrong opportunities, and from settling for less than God's best for you. This is why He gave it to you, because He knows you can handle it. He has not only given you the gift, but also equipped you with everything you need. The strength to carry it, even when it feels heavy. The wisdom to use it carefully, even when others misunderstand you. And the grace to walk in it humbly, without resentment or pride. Think about the Apostle Paul. He too was entrusted with divine revelations and insights that others could not grasp. It set him apart. He endured misunderstanding, rejection, and hardship, yet he never questioned the gift. In 2 Corinthians 12:9, Paul recalls God's words to him, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." Paul's discernment and the challenges that came with it were opportunities for God's power to shine through him. So, what do you do when people don't understand you? When they criticize you, dismiss you, or call you too much? You keep walking. You keep trusting in the one who gave you the gift. You keep listening to the Holy Spirit, the very voice of truth that guides your steps. Galatians 1:10 offers this bold reminder. Am I now trying to win the approval of human beings or of God? Or am I trying to please people? If I were still trying to please people, I would not be a servant of Christ. Your calling is not to be understood by everyone. Your purpose is not to meet their expectations or ease their discomfort. Their misunderstanding is not your burden. Their discomfort with the truth you see is not your problem. The weight of their opinions does not rest on your shoulders, because you are not here to please people. You are here to please God. When you walk in discernment, You walk counter to the world. The world values appearances. Discernment values truth. The world craves acceptance. Discernment demands courage. The world thrives on the superficial. Discernment seeks the eternal. Jesus himself faced this. In John 8:32, he said, "Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." The truth is uncomfortable. The truth is often rejected, and yet the truth is what brings freedom to you and to those you are called to guide. As you keep walking, remember this: God sees you. He sees the burden you carry, the loneliness you feel, and the misunderstandings you endure. And He is proud of you. He is saying, "Well done, my faithful servant. Keep walking, keep trusting, keep using the gift I have given you, for I am with you. Hold your head high, for you are walking in divine purpose. Keep listening to the Holy Spirit. Keep seeking truth over approval. And keep reminding yourself that your life is not about fitting into this world. It is about fulfilling God's will. Your discernment is not just for your protection, but also for someone else's freedom. What if the truth God has allowed you to see is meant to guide someone else to safety, healing, and redemption? Stay strong, for you are walking the path of the chosen. And on this path, God Himself walks with you. Let me leave you with this powerful truth. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and knowledge of the Holy One is understanding. Proverbs 9:10. These words, spoken so long ago, are as true today as they were then. Your discernment, this ability to see what others cannot, is not something random or meaningless. It is part of the wisdom that comes from walking closely with God. It is proof that His Spirit is alive and active within you. Many people seek wisdom, but few are willing to pay the price that comes with it. True wisdom begins with reverence for the Lord. It is more than knowledge. It is understanding, an understanding that separates you, that makes you different, and that often makes you misunderstood. Does this sound familiar? Do you ever feel like others cannot grasp the depth of what you see and feel? You're not imagining it. This is the path of God's chosen ones. You might not have a crowd cheering you on. You might not have everyone clapping for your gift. And that's okay. The truth is, God's calling on your life was never meant to be popular. It was never meant to earn you applause from the world. Jesus Himself warned us in John 15:18-19, "If the world hates you, keep in mind that it hated me first. If you belong to the world, it would love you as its own. As it is, you do not belong to the world, but I have chosen you out of the world." Here's the thing. When you walk in discernment, when you refuse to be deceived by the world's lies and stand firmly in God's truth, you will not always be celebrated. You will not always be understood. But that's because you're not living for their approval. You're living for His approval. And what is the world's applause compared to the smile of the one who created you, who knows you, and who sees the weight you're carrying? Think about this. God sees you, not just the surface you show others, but every part of you. He knows the depth of your heart. He knows the struggle you endure as you carry this gift. He knows the moments of loneliness, the times you've doubted yourself, and the times you've wished you could be normal like everyone else. And yet, He is proud of you. Just as a loving father looks at his child with joy, He looks at you and says, "Well done, my child. You are carrying this gift well." Let me remind you of Elijah once again. When he felt alone, when he believed no one else understood, God reminded him that he was not forgotten and that there were others, faithful ones, hidden ones, who had not bowed to the lies of the world. In the same way, you are not forgotten. You are not alone. God is with you, walking beside you, empowering you to keep moving forward. And even if no one else understands, He understands. So what do you do now? You keep walking in your gift. You keep trusting in what you see, what you feel, and what you know. That quiet voice, the one the Holy Spirit uses to guide you, is not to be ignored. It is your compass, your anchor in a world of chaos. When the world tells you to compromise, to doubt your discernment, or to conform to its ways, remember Romans 12:2. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Then you will be able to test and approve what God's will is, His good, pleasing, and perfect will. And never forget this: God gave you this gift not to burden you, but to bless you. It might feel heavy at times, but it is also what sets you free. It protects you, shields you, and guides you toward what is real, true, and eternal. You are chosen, you are called, and you are never alone. God has placed this gift inside of you for a reason. He sees what you're carrying, and He is walking with you every step of the way. So stand tall, keep your eyes fixed on Him, and let His voice remind you, time and time again, that you are exactly where you are meant to be. If this message has resonated with you, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss future messages of encouragement and truth. Leave a comment below. Let me know how God's gift of discernment has worked in your life. I would love to hear your story and pray for you. May the Lord bless you and keep you. May He give you the strength to carry your gift, the wisdom to use it well, and the peace to walk boldly in His purpose. Remember, you are chosen, you are called, and He is always with you. God bless you. To you, the chosen one, have you ever felt the weight of being set apart, walking a road that few truly understand? Your quiet strength, your perseverance through rejection, and your ability to remain silent when others lash out. It's all part of your divine calling. You're not ordinary. You have been handpicked by God for a purpose so profound, it often draws both awe and resistance from those around you. Before we dive deeper, I want to say thank you, yes, you. Whether you're new here or have supported this journey through Super Thanks, your encouragement fuels this mission. If you're with me and feel the resonance of this truth, drop a 77 in the comments below as a declaration that you are walking boldly in your calling. Now, imagine this: Joseph, a dreamer mocked and betrayed, yet chosen for greatness by God. The very brothers who plotted against him became witnesses to his rise. Genesis 37:19. Do you see the parallel? When the world misunderstands you, rejects you, or envies your silence, know this: it's not your loss, but their inability to comprehend the masterpiece God is creating in you. But what happens when the pressure builds? When the burden feels too heavy? What should you do when you finally uncover the truth about those who oppose you? Stay silent, give them what they want, and then walk away with your head held high. Curious why this is not only wise but essential? Let's explore the divine strategy behind such actions and how God uses it for your breakthrough. God's chosen ones, stay silent, give them what they want, and walk away when you find out. Chosen ones, do you feel the weight of silence, not as a burden, but as a weapon forged by wisdom, crafted for those destined to carry the mantle of God's favor? For the chosen ones, for you, silence is neither weakness nor surrender. It is a strategy imbued with divine purpose. It is your spiritual armor, shielding your soul from the chaos of manipulation and deceit, while allowing the truth to reveal itself in its appointed time. What happens when you uncover that someone close to you, a friend, a partner, or even your own family, has been weaving lies, disrespecting your trust, or manipulating you? Your instincts might scream for confrontation. You might feel the fire to demand, explanations, to fight, to defend your integrity with words sharpened like swords. But pause for a moment and consider, what does the manipulator truly desire? An emotional reaction, a distraction, something they can twist, corrupt, and use against you. This is the trap that many fall into. But you, God's chosen, are not like most people. Instead of falling into the hands of their schemes, you take a different path, the path of silence. Silence is not passivity, it is powerful discernment. It is stepping back and retreating into a spiritual fortress where calm becomes clarity and patience becomes strategy. When Jesus was betrayed by Judas with a kiss, Luke 22:48, what did he do? He did not lash out. He did not scream in anger. He knew what was unfolding was part of a greater divine plan. His silence in that moment was not weakness. It was the strength of one who understood the will of God. Chosen ones, your silence is not defeat. It is the whisper of victory. As you step away from the chaos, you gain perspective. You connect with something greater, the voice of God within you, the divine discernment that guides your steps. It is in these quiet moments of retreat that you receive wisdom that others cannot fathom. Have you noticed that when you observe rather than engage, you see the truth more clearly? It is as though God Himself opens your eyes to the hidden motives and intentions of others. Consider Proverbs 17:28. Even fools are thought wise if they keep silent, and discerning if they hold their tongues. Silence strips away the noise and exposes the essence of every situation. The manipulators, the liars, the deceivers, they cannot thrive without your reaction. By refusing to play their game, you dismantle their control. You might ask, but shouldn't I defend myself? Shouldn't I prove my innocence? No, dear chosen one. The truth does not need loud defenders. Truth has a way of rising, slowly but surely, like the dawn breaking the night. Think of Joseph, betrayed and sold by his brothers, Genesis 37. He did not curse them, nor did he demand vindication. He endured, observed, and trusted God's plan. In the end, his silence and patience led him to a position of divine favor, where his truth emerged brighter than ever. The power of silence is not in avoidance. It is in mastery. It is in showing the world that you are not ruled by emotion, that you are anchored in something eternal. So, the next time someone tries to draw you into their storm, when lies, disrespect, or manipulation arise, do not give them what they seek. Give them silence. Walk away with the confidence that God is your defender, and your silence speaks louder than any words you could ever say. Have you felt this power before? Have you noticed how silence unsettles those who seek to control you? That is because, dear chosen one, silence exposes them. It reveals their weakness and magnifies your strength. You're not meant to be dragged into their chaos. You're called to rise above it. So when you find out, when the masks fall and the truth is made clear, remember, be silent. Give them what they want and go away. Not in fear, but in faith. Faith that God sees, God knows, and God will act in ways far beyond your understanding. You are chosen. You are set apart. Trust in the power of silence, for it is the echo of divine wisdom moving through you. Chosen one, have you ever wondered why you can see what others cannot? Why masks slip before your eyes while the rest of the world remains blind? It is because God has granted you a rare and extraordinary gift, the ability to perceive the essence of people and situations. You do not need to dig for evidence or expose anyone directly. The answers come to you, subtle yet undeniable, revealed through divine discernment. This is what sets you apart. You walk through life with a clarity that others cannot comprehend, guided by a light that pierces through shadows and reveals truth. While others stumble in confusion, you stand firm. Nothing escapes the divine wisdom that orders your steps. It is why you do not react impulsively. Why scream for proof when the truth has already been whispered into your spirit? God has placed you one step ahead, always. This truth is something manipulators can never reach, no matter how hard they try. But make no mistake, this gift comes with its own trials. It is not easy to realize that someone you love, someone you trust, has tried to manipulate you. The pain cuts deep, doesn't it? It shakes your belief in people. It triggers storms within you, waves of anger, betrayal, and confusion. You may feel the pull to confront them, to call out their lies, to expose the truth for the world to see. But pause and ask yourself, whose game are you playing? Reacting emotionally is exactly what they want. Manipulators feed off chaos. They thrive when they control your emotions because it keeps their narrative alive. But when you choose silence, you deny them that power. Your silence is not surrender, it is strategy. It is a refusal to play their game. Think of Jesus standing before his accusers in Matthew 27:12-14. But when the chief priests and elders made accusations against him, Jesus remained silent. Imagine the weight of that moment. They hurled lies, twisted the truth, and sought to provoke him. Yet he remained calm because he knew the truth did not need his defense. His essence, his purpose, was far greater than their accusations. Do you see yourself in this story, chosen one? Silence forces the manipulator to face a void they cannot fill. They crumble under the weight of their own lies because without your reaction, their strategies fail. The manipulator becomes confused, lost, and desperate, wondering why their tricks no longer work. Meanwhile, in the stillness, you grow. In silence, you reclaim your energy, realign with God's wisdom, and protect the purity of your soul. You see, true strength does not always roar. Sometimes, strength is the quiet resolve to step back and let God fight for you. It is written in Exodus 14:14. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Do you trust this promise? Can you see the power that lies in waiting? Yet silence is not for the faint of heart. It takes more strength than words ever could. There will be moments when anger burns within you, when the desire to confront, to expose, to retaliate feels irresistible. In those moments, remember who you are. You are chosen, you are set apart, and your strength comes from something far greater than your emotions. When the storm rages within you, turn inward and seek the calm that comes from God. Do you hear his voice telling you to wait? Silence is not passivity, it is active preparation. Picture a warrior on the battlefield. Does he charge recklessly at his enemy? No, he waits, he watches, he studies his opponent and prepares for the perfect moment to act. This is your silence. It is strategic, intentional, and purposeful. In that space, you strengthen your soul and sharpen your mind. You do not just survive the challenge, you rise above it. And when the time comes, when the dust settles, you will see how God used your silence to expose lies, dismantle deception, and elevate you. You will emerge stronger, renewed in faith, deeper in purpose, and closer to the divine vision God has set for you. So, chosen one, when the masks fall and the truth is revealed, do not react. Do not scream or confront. Keep silent. Step back. Reclaim your power. Trust in God's perfect timing, for it is in your stillness that you will find strength. It is in your silence that victory will come. Are you ready to embrace this gift of silence? Are you ready to let God fight for you while you walk in unwavering faith? The path may not be easy, but remember, you are chosen, and the chosen ones are never left alone. Chosen one, have you ever felt as though you see the world differently than others? As if behind every word, every action, you sense what others miss, the hidden truth. This ability to perceive what is disguised, to see beyond appearances, is not a skill you learned. It is a divine gift entrusted to you by God. For you, the world is not just a random series of events. It is a stage upon which truth is continuously revealed. And you, chosen by God, have been given the vision to see what others cannot. While most people are easily deceived by smooth words and empty promises, you cannot be fooled. You see through the masks, through the illusions carefully crafted by manipulators. You may not always understand how you know, but the truth reveals itself to you, subtle and undeniable, like a light piercing through darkness. This is not coincidence. It is God's favor upon you. He has equipped you with a supernatural discernment that acts as both protection and guidance. Think about this for a moment. How many times have you recognized a trap before stepping into it? How often have you felt that inner knowing, that pull in your spirit, telling you to wait, to observe, to trust? That is God's divine revelation at work in you. It is as though an invisible light shines on the path you are meant to take, illuminating every obstacle, every deception, and guiding you safely through. This revelation, however, does not come from obsessively searching for answers or striving to expose anyone. No. The chosen ones trust their connection with the Creator. They know that the truth does not need force to emerge. It will come to light in God's perfect time. When everything around you seems murky and uncertain, you do not despair. While others exhaust themselves with confrontation and chaos, you wait, you observe, you reflect, and you trust. Can you see how powerful this makes you? When the truth is revealed at the right moment, it carries a weight that no argument or premature confrontation could ever achieve. This is patience. This is faith. It is a profound understanding that God works in ways manipulators cannot anticipate. They play their games, thinking they are in control, while you, guided by God, remain calm, knowing that the ultimate outcome is already decided. Look at the story of Joseph in Genesis 37-50. Betrayed by his own brothers, sold into slavery, and falsely accused, Joseph had every reason to confront, to fight, to demand justice. But he didn't. He trusted in God's providence. He waited. While his brothers believed they had won, God was positioning Joseph for something far greater. In the quiet of his patience and faith, Joseph rose to a position of power in Egypt. And when the truth finally emerged, it was so undeniable, so absolute, that his brothers bowed before him, overwhelmed by their own guilt and his God-given triumph. Do you see the pattern, chosen one? Joseph did not need to expose or accuse. He did not seek revenge. He trusted God, and God elevated him. Joseph's story is a testament to the power of divine revelation and the patience of the chosen ones. It reminds us that while the manipulators think they hold the strings, it is God who controls the outcome, and those who trust in Him will always prevail. So what does this mean for you? It means you do not need to fight battles that God has already won. You do not need to seek validation or revenge when you are betrayed. The manipulators may believe they are getting away with their schemes, but their time will come. Truth always rises, and when it does, it will be unmistakable. All you need to do is stand firm in your faith. Wait on the Lord. Psalm 37:7 says, "Be still before the Lord and wait patiently for Him. Do not fret when people succeed in their ways, when they carry out their wicked schemes." This is your instruction. It is not weakness to wait. It is strength. It is wisdom. It is the confidence of someone who knows that God is working behind the scenes. So, chosen one, as you face the betrayals, the lies, and the manipulations of this world, remember who you are. You are set apart. You are not like others, swayed by appearances or broken by deceit. You walk with God's favor. You see what others cannot see. You discern what others cannot comprehend. And while the world fights its petty battles, you rise above it, trusting that God will bring the truth to light. Can you feel it now? The weight of this truth? That you do not need to fight for victory because the victory is already yours. Hold on to this. Trust in God's timing. Be still, be patient, and watch as the truth, guided by His hand, unfolds in ways you never imagined. For the chosen ones, there exists a unique burden and blessing, the ability to see through deception without searching for evidence. It is a heavy truth to carry, knowing that someone close, someone you once trusted, harbors ill intentions. Yet it is in this knowledge that your true strength is revealed. Have you ever asked yourself why you see things others don't? Why the masks of those around you slip while everyone else remains oblivious? It is not coincidence. It is a divine responsibility entrusted to you. While others are blinded by appearances and words, you see clearly through the fog of manipulation. And though this clarity can feel isolating at times, have you considered that this gift is part of your calling? While others allow themselves to be drawn into emotional storms, you do not. Your calm becomes a barrier, an invisible shield that protects you while leaving the manipulator powerless. You refuse to stoop to their level because you know confrontation does not serve you. It only fuels their game. Have you noticed how choosing silence unsettles those who try to provoke you? Your strength lies not in anger, but in your unwavering connection to God, the source of all discernment and clarity. This gift of discernment is not accidental. It is a sacred responsibility. God has chosen you to carry this awareness, to guard your heart, guide your steps, and fulfill a purpose far greater than the momentary chaos of conflict. Can you feel the weight of that purpose? It is not paranoia. It is a perception that transcends understanding. It is as though, even in the middle of the storm, you hear a distant melody of truth. It guides you. It protects you. Imagine standing in the midst of that storm, winds howling, chaos swirling, and yet you remain calm, unmoved. Have you ever wondered why you can remain steady when others collapse? This is the power of the chosen ones. While others stumble in the dark, unsure of what to believe, you stand firm in the knowledge that the divine light will lead you to the truth. You are protected, you are guided, you are prepared. But how do you maintain this calm? Through silence. Have you noticed that silence speaks louder than any words could? Understand this. Silence is not weakness. Silence is not the absence of action. It is a deliberate choice, a statement of your unshakable strength. While the world demands immediate answers, loud confrontations, and emotional outbursts, you step back. Why? Because you know that true power lies in resistance. When faced with manipulation, the manipulator expects shouting, arguments, and justifications. They crave a reaction. But what happens when you meet their chaos with stillness? Can you picture their frustration? They stumble. They falter. They are thrown into confusion, unable to understand why their tactics no longer work. Your silence forces them to confront the void, the emptiness they cannot control. Your silence becomes an impenetrable shield, a divine force field that neutralizes every attack. And here's the beauty of it. Silence does not just defend you, it empowers you. Have you felt that quiet clarity that comes when you choose not to engage? In that space, you are not idle. You shift your focus away from raw emotions and into objective analysis. You see everything clearly while they are caught in their own web. While they scramble for control, you are already several steps ahead. You observe, you plan, you wait. Does this remind you of Joseph's story? His brothers betrayed him, sold him into slavery, and thought they had won. Genesis 37-50. But Joseph didn't seek revenge. He didn't cry out for justice. Instead, he trusted God. Can you imagine the patience and faith it took for him to endure? Years later, when God elevated him to power in Egypt, the truth was revealed with such force that his brothers bowed before him. Have you thought about this? Joseph's silence was not weakness. it was wisdom, it was trust in God's perfect timing, and it is the same for you. You do not need to expose the manipulators or fight petty battles. You do not need to prove yourself to those who misunderstand or deceive you. The truth will emerge on its own, powerful and undeniable, just as God promises. In Exodus 14:14, we are told, "The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still." Can you feel the power in that promise? Imagine God Himself stepping into the fight on your behalf while you remain calm and unmoved. So when the manipulator pushes you to react, when the world demands answers or explanations, ask yourself, what does silence say about my strength? What does my calm reveal about my trust in God? While they struggle to provoke you, you rise above. Silence is not retreat. It is spiritual strength. It is standing in the eye of the storm, calm and steady, while chaos rages around you. It is trusting that the divine light will expose the truth in its time. Have you ever felt that peace? That sense that God is working even when you cannot see it? That is your silence. That is your strength. Let the manipulators shout. Let them plot. Let them fall into their own confusion. While they struggle, you remain untouchable. Your silence declares that your peace is sacred, that your strength is anchored in something eternal. You are chosen, you are set apart, you are protected. Trust in the power of silence and let God reveal the truth for you. Are you ready to walk in this strength? Are you ready to let your calm speak louder than any words ever could? Silence, dear chosen one, is more than a lack of words. It is your shield, your strategy, and your declaration of inner strength. It is not just a passive act, but a conscious choice that protects you from battles unworthy of your energy. Have you ever found yourself in a moment of anger where every word felt like fire ready to escape? In those moments, silence becomes your greatest ally. Every word spoken in anger becomes a weapon, something manipulators can twist, distort, and use against you. But when you choose silence, you strip them of that power. You hold your words as one holds treasure, knowing that each word has value and must only be used at the right time. This prudence, this self-mastery, sets you apart. It is not just self-control, it is a wisdom rooted in your spiritual connection. Proverbs 17:27-28 reminds us, "The one who has knowledge uses words with restraint, and whoever has understanding is even-tempered. Even fools are thought wise if they keep silent, and discerning if they hold their tongues." Can you see how silence elevates you? By guarding your focus, you preserve something far more precious than winning a fleeting argument, your inner peace. The chosen ones know that this peace is sacred because it aligns them with their higher purpose. But let me be clear, silence does not mean ignoring injustice or tolerating wrongdoing. Do you understand the difference? It is not avoidance, it is resistance, wise and strategic. When you choose silence, you are not surrendering. You're allowing God to act. Romans 12:19 tells us, "Do not take revenge, my dear friends, but leave room for God's wrath. For it is written, 'It is mine to avenge, I will repay,' says the Lord." Think about David, who was pursued relentlessly by Saul in jealousy and hatred, 1 Samuel 24. David had every opportunity to strike back, to take vengeance into his own hands. Yet when he found Saul asleep in the cave, David remained calm and chose not to harm him. Instead of engaging in battle, David trusted God to bring justice in his time. Saul was left in shock and confusion, realizing David's restraint reflected his trust in God's judgment. Can you see yourself here? By stepping back, observing, and refusing to act impulsively, you leave room for God to move in ways you never could. In that quiet space, you observe. You reflect. You do not attack or defend. You wait. And as you wait, something extraordinary happens. Silence disarms the manipulator. Their tactics fall flat because you refuse to react. You are strengthened, not weakened. You navigate storms with grace and wisdom, while others are swept away. But here's where it becomes even more powerful. What happens when the manipulator demands something from you? When they seek attention, control, or some small victory? Your natural instinct may be to resist, to refuse. Yet, the chosen ones understand something profound. Sometimes the greatest power lies in giving strategically. Have you ever thought about this? Giving, not as submission but as a conscious, calculated act. Imagine you're playing a game of chess. By sacrificing a single piece, you set yourself up to win the entire match. When you give what the manipulator wants, but without emotional attachment, you deny them the satisfaction of a fight. You disarm them completely. This is not a new concept. It is deeply embedded in biblical wisdom. Matthew 5:39 says, "But I tell you, do not resist an evil person. If anyone slaps you on the right cheek, turn to them the other cheek also." Jesus did not mean surrender. He meant mastery. By choosing how to respond, you strip the confrontation of its meaning. The manipulator expects resistance, anger, and justification, but when you give without attachment, their power crumbles. Think about Joseph again. Betrayed, sold, and imprisoned, Joseph did not fight against his circumstances. He acted wisely, trusted God, and waited for his plan to unfold. Years later, when his brothers came to Egypt seeking help, Joseph gave them what they needed, not with bitterness, but with divine understanding. His act of giving did not mean defeat. It revealed his strength. He remained in control because he acted from a place of spiritual freedom, not ego. This is the paradox of the chosen ones. By choosing to give strategically, you demonstrate emotional independence. You rise above petty struggles because your peace comes not from small victories, but from your connection to God. Imagine this. A colleague at work deliberately provokes you, seeking a reaction. Their words are sharp, their tone aggressive, all to drag you into a dispute. What do? Instead of meeting their energy, you offer something unexpected. You respond calmly, perhaps even agree with something insignificant, and then walk away. What happens next? They are left confused, powerless, and unable to continue. Have you ever tried this? Does it not feel empowering to rise above their schemes? This is the strength of the chosen ones. To remain calm while others unravel, to give without attachment, and to walk away while still holding their dignity intact. This is not about weakness, it is wisdom. It is choosing battles worth fighting and letting God take care of the rest. Psalm 37:7 reminds us, "Be still before the Lord and wait patiently for him. Do not fret when people succeed in their ways, when they carry out their wicked schemes." So the next time someone demands a reaction, whether through manipulation, provocation, or deceit, pause and ask yourself, is this worth my energy? What happens if you give them what they want, but on your terms? You will find that their control dissolves, their power fades, and you remain untouchable, standing firmly in the truth of who you are, a chosen one, connected to divine wisdom and guided by God's hand. Remember this, true strength is not about resisting every demand. It is about knowing when to give, when to stay silent, and when to walk away with grace. The world may see this as surrender, but you know better. You know it is mastery. It is wisdom. It is the mark of someone whose soul is anchored to something far greater than human conflict. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. Are you ready to walk in this wisdom? Are you ready to let your silence and your calculated choices speak louder than words ever could? This is who you are, chosen one, unshaken, unmoved, and always one step ahead. For the chosen ones, the ability to give and withdraw is not a weakness, but a profound demonstration of strength and wisdom. Have you ever considered that giving something, whether tangible or symbolic, can be an act of power rather than loss? Only those who have full control over themselves, who are unshaken by fleeting victories, can offer without attachment. Think of it this way: when you offer something to the manipulator, be it attention, agreement, or even the illusion of victory, you do so deliberately, like releasing a balloon into the wind. It is not surrender, it is freedom. You demonstrate that you are untangled from the emotional chains they try to place upon you. How liberating is it to know that you are not bound by their need for conflict? But this act of giving is strategic. It is not reckless, nor does it compromise your integrity. The chosen ones understand the art of discernment. They never hand over what is sacred, what is true within them. This is the difference. While manipulators grasp at control to fill the void of their insecurity, you remain steady, knowing what truly matters. As Jesus said in Matthew 7:6, "Do not give dogs what is sacred. Do not throw your pearls to pigs. If you do, they may trample them under their feet and turn and tear you to pieces." You protect your treasures, your peace, your heart, and your purpose by knowing what to give and when to withdraw. Imagine giving a thief a fake ring to distract them from your true treasure. This is how the chosen ones operate, with precision and wisdom. You give what is necessary to disarm them, but never at the cost of your soul. This strategic detachment is born from your connection with God, who teaches you to act with prudence and clarity. But what comes next is even more powerful: the silent withdrawal. Walking away quietly is not cowardice, it is mastery. It is knowing when the battle is no longer worth your energy. When you withdraw silently, you send a message that echoes far louder than any words could is non-negotiable. This act of leaving the stage with grace confuses and disarms the manipulator. They expect shouting, explanations, and drama. When they are met with your calm retreat, they are left ungrounded, confronted by a void they cannot fill. Do you remember Jesus before his accusers? In Matthew 26:63, as he stood before the high priests falsely accused, Scripture says, "But Jesus remained silent." His silence was not weakness, it was a declaration of divine strength. He did not owe them explanations because the truth was not theirs to define. How much stronger do you feel when you refuse to defend yourself to those who will twist your words? The chosen ones follow this example, understanding that silence, especially in the face of provocation, is their greatest shield. When you walk away, it is not an escape. It is a spiritual victory. You are declaring to the world and to yourself that your peace, your purpose, and your connection with God are far more valuable than any confrontation. This confidence is not external, but internal, a confidence rooted in the certainty that God sees all, knows all, and will bring justice at the appointed time. Romans 8:31 reminds us, "If God is for us, who can be against us?" Have you noticed what happens when you withdraw? The manipulator, who thrives on your reactions, suddenly loses control. They are left spinning in confusion, trying to understand why their tactics no longer work. Meanwhile, you're already far away, dwelling in a place of renewal and peace. You're no longer tethered to their chaos. This act of leaving, done without fanfare or explanation, reflects the confidence of someone who knows their worth. It is like a river that changes its course, not violently, but powerfully, leaving no doubt about its strength. Have you ever felt this strength within you? It is God's presence moving you forward, reminding you that you are not defined by battles or conflicts, but by His purpose for you. Yet, withdrawing silently requires courage and emotional strength. It is not easy to turn away from something that has caused you pain. The urge to explain, to clarify, or to seek closure can be overwhelming. But the chosen ones know this urge is a trap. Have you ever realized that sometimes closure comes not from others, but from within? By leaving without drama, you preserve your energy, protect your dignity, and refuse to be dragged deeper into the manipulator's schemes. In these moments, your connection with God becomes your refuge. You draw on His strength, trusting Him to bring clarity and justice in His perfect time. Isaiah 30:15 declares, "In repentance and rest is your salvation. In quietness and trust is your strength." It is this quiet strength that sets you apart. You don't need external validation or closure because you know where your peace comes from. It comes from God. Silent withdrawal is not an ending, but a beginning. It is the opening of a new chapter where you can thrive without the shadows of manipulation. It is the realization that your path forward is far greater than any temporary conflict. By walking away, you are not only protecting your essence, but reaffirming your commitment to your divine purpose. Can you feel this truth settling within you? You are chosen. You are set apart. Your strength comes not from battles won, but from battles wisely left behind. Your connection with God is your compass, guiding you through chaos and leading you into peace. When you withdraw, you declare with every step, "My peace is sacred. My purpose is greater. My trust is in God alone." Do you see it now? The silent withdrawal is not defeat. It is a spiritual victory, a testament to your inner strength and unwavering faith. You are not just surviving, you are rising. When faced with manipulation or betrayal, the chosen ones do not crumble under the weight of anger or despair. Instead, they turn inward, to prayer, to meditation, to the quiet spaces where God speaks. In these moments of turmoil, they surrender their struggles to the one who holds all things together. This surrender is not weakness but wisdom. It is the understanding that a greater plan is at work, even if it cannot yet be seen. Have you ever paused in a moment of pain and felt that still, small voice reminding you to trust? This is the chosen one's secret, their faith in God's perfect timing. While manipulators scheme and strategize, clinging to human efforts, the chosen ones rest in the knowledge that God sees all. He knows the truth and is already working behind the scenes to bring it into the light. Psalm 37:5-6 reassures us. Commit your way to the Lord. Trust in Him, and He will act. He will make your righteousness shine like the dawn, your justice like the noonday sun. The truth will always emerge, not in your time, but in God's perfect time. This trust in divine justice is what allows the chosen ones to forgive. Forgiveness, often misunderstood as weakness, is in fact an act of spiritual liberation. Have you ever held on to resentment and felt its heavy weight on your heart? Forgiveness does not justify wrongdoing, nor does it mean forgetting the pain. Instead, it is the chosen one's way of refusing to let the manipulator's actions imprison their spirit. Forgiveness is for your peace, not theirs. It frees you from bitterness and makes room for God's healing love to restore you. Ephesians 4:31-32 teaches, "Get rid of all bitterness, rage, and anger. Be kind and compassionate to one another, forgiving each other, just as in Christ God forgave you." By forgiving, you demonstrate spiritual strength, a refusal to be chained by another's actions. It is not a favor to the manipulator, but a gift to yourself, a declaration that you belong to God, not to the pain inflicted upon you. David's story offers a powerful example of this. Pursued relentlessly by King Saul, who sought to destroy him out of jealousy, David had many opportunities to retaliate. He could have taken matters into his own hands, yet he chose not to. Instead, he said in 1 Samuel 24:12, "May the Lord judge between me and you, and may the Lord avenge me on you. but my hand shall not be against you." David's trust in divine justice was unwavering, and at the appointed time, God exalted him. Do you see the lesson here? By choosing forgiveness and patience, you place your trust in God, who judges righteously and lifts up those who remain faithful. These biblical stories are not just tales of the past, they are blueprints for the present. They teach us that silence, patience, and forgiveness are not acts of weakness, but spiritual weapons of the chosen ones. Have you noticed how much strength it takes to remain calm when provoked? How much courage it takes to forgive when you've been wronged? This strength does not come from within. It comes from your connection with God. Every moment of betrayal or manipulation is an opportunity. Have you thought about this? These trials are not obstacles but tools for your spiritual growth. Like gold refined in fire, you are being shaped for something far greater than this moment. While the manipulator focuses on earthly victories, you are being prepared for an eternal purpose, a calling they cannot comprehend. James chapters 1, 2-4 encourages us. Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. Let perseverance finish its work so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything. Each trial refines you, strengthens you, and brings you closer to your divine purpose. But beyond this growth lies something even greater: divine protection. The chosen ones are surrounded by God's care. Yes, they may face storms, emotional, spiritual, or physical, but nothing will prevail against them. Isaiah 54:17 declares, "No weapon that is formed against you will prosper, and every tongue that accuses you in judgment you will condemn. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord." This promise does not mean you will never face challenges. It means the challenges will never be greater than the strength God gives you to overcome them. Do you feel this assurance? Even in the darkest moments, you are not alone. God is your refuge, your defender, and your guide. When you trust in Him, when you forgive, and when you walk away from manipulation with calm and confidence, you are demonstrating faith on a level few can understand. How powerful is it to know that you are under divine care? This is the source of your strength, the certainty that God is fighting for you, even when you cannot see it. So, dear chosen one, do not let the actions of others steal your peace. Forgive to free yourself. Walk away in silence when necessary. Trust that God's justice will prevail. While manipulators cling to their schemes, you're being led towards something far greater. The Lord is faithful, and He will strengthen you and protect you from the evil one. 2 Thessalonians 3:3. Let this be your anchor. Every storm, every betrayal, and every moment of silence is drawing you closer to God's purpose for you. You are not just enduring, you are rising. The chosen ones do not crumble, they grow. They do not seek vengeance, they forgive. And they do not lose themselves in the battle. They stand firm, knowing their peace is secure in God's hands. Can you feel it? The assurance that no matter what comes your way, you are protected, guided, and deeply loved. Trust this truth. Your strength lies in surrendering to God's plan, and through Him, you will always prevail. When the chosen ones choose silence and withdrawal, something extraordinary happens. They create a void, a space so vast and impenetrable that the manipulator cannot handle it. This void is not empty, it is a mirror. It reflects back to the manipulator their own inner insufficiency, brokenness, and disorder. Manipulators thrive in chaos. They twist emotions, distort narratives, and feed on conflict to maintain control. Their strength lies in provoking reactions, arguments, anger, or emotional breakdowns that they can exploit. But what happens when you give them nothing? When you respond with absolute silence, their entire strategy crumbles. Like a flame deprived of oxygen, their power begins to wither. Have you ever seen someone lose their footing when they don't get the response they expect? It's a remarkable shift. They anticipate resistance, tears, or justifications, something they can use as fuel. Instead, when you respond with silence, you break the cycle. You leave them trapped in their own chaos, forced to face the truth they have spent so long avoiding. This moment of confusion is profound. Proverbs 26:4 wisely teaches, "Do not answer a fool according to his folly, or you yourself will be just like him." By refusing to engage, you expose the manipulator's weakness without lifting a finger. Without your reaction, they lose their footing. The absence of confrontation leaves them disarmed and vulnerable. Imagine how disconcerting it must be for someone who thrives on control to suddenly realize they have none. Silence strips away the manipulator's power, not by force, but by the absence of resistance. It is as if you've removed the ground beneath their feet, leaving them directionless, their tactics rendered meaningless. But here is where it becomes even more powerful. This void, the silence you create, can lead to transformation. While it is not your responsibility to change anyone, the manipulator is often forced into self-reflection when faced with the void. For the first time, they confront their own behavior, their motivations, and their failures. Like a stone thrown into a still lake, your silence creates ripples that subtly challenge their perspective. Have you ever seen someone unexpectedly pause and reconsider their actions after you refuse to react? The Bible gives us a profound example of this in John 8:1-11, when a group of men brought a woman accused of adultery before Jesus, hoping to provoke him into conflict. They demanded answers, trying to trap him with their words. Instead of responding immediately, Jesus knelt and began to write in the sand, saying nothing. His silence created a void. In that quiet space, the accusers were confronted with their own guilt and hypocrisy. One by one, they walked away. Jesus' calm presence and refusal to engage in their game dismantled their accusations without a single argument. This is the power of silence. It is not passive, it is transformative. By refusing to engage, you give manipulators the opportunity to see their own reflection. They may not admit it, and the transformation may take time, but the seed is planted. Have you ever wondered if your calm withdrawal could inspire someone to change, even if unintentionally? It's a possibility worth considering. The chosen ones do not seek to change others, but their actions, guided by divine wisdom, carry an influence that extends far beyond the immediate moment. Your silence protects you, yes, but it also sets an example. It becomes a force that quietly influences the hearts of others, planting seeds of self-reflection and growth. In this way, the chosen ones become instruments of change without ever raising their voice. Matthew 5:16 says, "Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven." Your silence and grace in the face of manipulation are a testament to your connection with God. While others shout, you remain still. While others fight, you step away. And in doing so, you reflect His light into the darkest spaces. Consider this. When the manipulator sees their tactics fail, they may begin to question not just their methods, but the essence of who they are. They are confronted with an unsettling reality, that their need for control stems from their own insecurity and brokenness. Your silence, your calm, becomes a catalyst for them to look inward. It's like watching a storm lose its fury as it meets an unshakable mountain. You are that mountain, rooted, steady, and unmovable. Your actions do not merely protect you, they challenge the manipulator to face their own truth. And while you may not always witness the transformation, remember this: your silence is not in vain. It carries weight, it plants seeds, it ripples outward in ways you may never fully see. Galatians 6:9 reminds us, Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. The chosen ones are not here to fight every battle. They are here to stand firm, anchored in God's wisdom, and let their actions speak for them. Silence is not just a tool of self-protection. It is a weapon of truth and transformation. Do you see it now? The void you create by walking away is not empty. It is filled with reflection, growth, and divine purpose. It disarms the manipulator and strengthens you. It allows God to work, both in your life and in ways you may not even realize. So, when chaos surrounds you, when manipulators demand your reaction, remember this truth. Your silence is powerful. It is your shield, your strategy, and your statement of faith. Stand firm. Let the void speak louder than any words ever could. Be still and know that I am God. Psalm 46:10. Trust in Him. Walk in silence and watch as His truth prevails. The chosen ones move forward, not because they expect others to change, but because their peace and purpose are anchored in something far greater. Their progress is never contingent upon the actions or behavior of others. Instead, they live in alignment with their divine essence and values, trusting that every act of grace, even the quietest gesture, ripples through the unseen fabric of human spirituality. Have you ever realized how much power there is in choosing where to place your energy? The chosen ones do. They know that their energy, time, and focus are sacred resources, and they refuse to waste them on battles that hold no value. This is why their boundaries are non-negotiable. Their silence and withdrawal are not acts of avoidance, but declarations of strength, proclamations that they will not be pulled into meaningless chaos. This stance does not just protect the chosen ones, it elevates them. It marks them as individuals of divine strength, purpose, and clarity, while manipulators may resist this resolve, intensifying their tactics in desperate attempts to regain control. The harder they push, the more their own fragility is revealed. Do you see it? The chosen one's silence, their calm, acts like an impenetrable fortress. The manipulator's weapons, sharpened by deception and provocation, fall harmlessly against this shield. In Psalm 18:2, King David declared, "The Lord is my rock, my fortress, and my deliverer. My God is my rock, in whom I take refuge, my shield and the horn of my salvation, my stronghold." The chosen ones live this truth. Their unwavering serenity is not born from indifference, but from divine strength, a strength that deflects every attack. It is God Himself who fortifies their souls, enabling them to remain calm while others unravel. And when manipulators see this strength, they begin to unravel themselves. Their games lose meaning. Their insecurities are laid bare. This is not because the chosen ones fought back, but because they refuse to play the game. Have you ever noticed how those who seek control fall apart when faced with resistance that does not fight back? This is the power of calm, the power of choosing peace over chaos. This unshakable calm reveals the spiritual superiority of the chosen ones. But take note, this superiority is not born of pride or arrogance. It comes from a profound understanding of purpose and identity, a confidence that transcends the need for validation. The chosen ones refuse to engage in emotional games because they know such battles would mean ceding power that is not theirs to give. Their strength comes not from themselves, but from the God who empowers them. Philippians 4:7 reminds us, "And the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus." This peace, cultivated intentionally through prayer, reflection, and trust in God, becomes their sacred refuge. In a world of chaos, this peace remains untouched. It is where the chosen ones go to find renewal, guidance, and unshakable strength. While storms rage around them, they stand firm. Have you ever felt that deep calm in prayer, a moment where the noise of the world fades and you know you are held by God's hand? That is the chosen one's sanctuary. This calm, this divine connection does more than protect them. It inspires others. People see their resilience, the way they face betrayal, manipulation, and adversity without losing direction, and are reminded of the power of living with mastery over oneself. It is no coincidence that others are drawn to this strength. In the quiet resolve of the chosen ones, there is a visible testimony of God's power at work. Think of Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane. Betrayed, abandoned, and faced with the agony of his coming sacrifice, he remained anchored in God's will. When Peter drew his sword to fight, Jesus said, "Put your sword back in its place." Do you think I cannot call on my Father, and he will at once put at my disposal more than 12 legions of angels? Matthew 26:52-53. Jesus' calm was not passivity. It was the ultimate act of strength and trust. He knew his purpose, and nothing, not betrayal, not suffering, could shake it. The chosen ones embody this same resolve. They know when to fight and when to let go. Their freedom lies in releasing everything that does not serve their divine purpose. They let go of fears, toxic expectations, and relationships that limit them, trusting fully in God to provide all they need at the right time. Isaiah 26:3 assures us, "You will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast, because they trust in you." This freedom is not renunciation. It is the ultimate form of strength. It enables the chosen ones to live authentically and inspire others by example. Can you imagine the weight that is lifted when you no longer fight unnecessary battles? This is where the chosen ones find their victory, not in shouting louder, not in reacting impulsively, but in acting intentionally and staying true to their purpose. Every step they take, from choosing silence to walking away, is a testament to their faith. It demonstrates that spiritual victory is not achieved through conflict, but through trust in a higher plan. The manipulator will never understand this, for their vision is confined to earthly victories. But the chosen ones see further. They know their battles are already won because they walk with God. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. This is the legacy of the chosen ones: wisdom, peace, and transformation. They live as proof that true strength lies not in conquering others, but in mastering oneself and trusting in God's perfect plan. Can you feel this truth within you? Your journey is not about proving yourself to anyone, but about living in alignment with your divine calling. Let your silence be your strength. Let your calm be your message. And let your faith guide you forward, knowing that God's hand is upon you every step of the way. You are chosen. You are set apart. You are unshakable. Walk in this truth and let the world see the power of a soul at peace. As we come to the end of this journey together, I want to leave you with a simple but profound truth. You carry within yourself the power to transform any situation, to keep your peace untouched, and to move forward with the certainty that you are aligned with something eternal and unshakable. This power is your connection to God, your divine purpose, and your unwavering faith. No challenge, no manipulator, no storm can ever diminish the strength that resides within you. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to click the like button below. It's a small action, but it lets us know you're walking this journey alongside us. Subscribe to the channel now so you never miss another video filled with wisdom, encouragement, and strategies for overcoming life's battles. And because there's someone out there who needs to hear this message, share this video with others. Together, we can build and strengthen our community of chosen ones, people who are determined, unshakable, and aligned with their divine calling. Together, we are an unstoppable force. I would love to hear from you. Leave a comment below and share how you are overcoming your spiritual battles. Your testimony, your story of faith, resilience, and victory could inspire and encourage someone who's on the verge of giving up. Let's uplift each other and remind one another of the strength we carry through God. Thank you so much for being here, for sharing your energy, and for being part of this community. I am truly blessed to walk this path with you. May your journey be filled with strength, light, and unshakable peace. May God's grace go before you, His strength uphold you, and His wisdom guide your every step. Until next time, stay strong, stay faithful, and never forget, you are chosen. See you in the next video. God bless you. Beloved chosen ones, have you ever felt the gentle, undeniable whisper of God's voice in your spirit, revealing truths so sacred they leave you in awe? These aren't ordinary moments. They are divine encounters, a glimpse into the heavenly purpose God has for your life. Yet, with these revelations comes an essential warning. Some secrets are meant to stay hidden, for sharing them with the wrong people can put everything you've worked and prayed for at risk. Pause for a moment and think, have you ever experienced unexplained delays in your blessings or seen opportunities slip away without reason? Could the root cause lie not in your actions, but in what you've shared or whom you've trusted? Matthew 7:6 reminds us, do not give dogs what is holy. Do not throw your pearls to pigs. If you do, they may trample them under their feet and turn and tear you to pieces. This verse is a powerful reminder. Your spiritual secrets, the divine revelations God has entrusted to you, are not meant for everyone. They are pearls of great value, meant to be guarded fiercely. Let me ask you, chosen one, what if the key to unlocking your full purpose and protection lies in what you choose not to reveal? What if safeguarding these divine insights is the secret to experiencing God's greatest blessings? The wisdom I'm about to share isn't widely known. It's a spiritual key so profound that it can transform your life, protecting you from unseen dangers and aligning you with God's perfect will. But here's the challenge. Revealing it to the wrong people could cost you dearly, affecting your relationships, opportunities, and even the destiny God has carefully planned for you. If this message resonates deeply with your spirit, I encourage you to comment 777 below as a declaration of your readiness to receive this sacred wisdom. To those who have generously supported this mission through Super Thanks, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Your contributions fuel the creation of messages like this, allowing us to inspire and uplift God's chosen ones worldwide. Now, imagine this. God has handpicked you to carry something extraordinary, an insight, a gift, a purpose unlike any other. But with this divine calling comes the responsibility to protect it. Are you ready to understand why you've always felt different, why you've faced challenges that others haven't, and why the journey ahead requires unwavering strength and discernment? Stay with me, beloved. What I'm about to reveal will shift the way you see yourself and your divine mission. It's time to embrace the wisdom that will safeguard your purpose and protect the blessings God has placed within you. Are you prepared to step into this truth and guard the treasures of your soul? Let's uncover the secret together. God's chosen ones, keep this secret hidden. It's the key to your greatest protection. When the chosen ones speak more than they should, or reveal what is sacred to them, something begins to shift, subtly, yet undeniably. Have you ever shared a plan, a dream, or a vision that God placed in your heart, only to see it unravel soon after? You may have wondered, why did everything fall apart? This is no coincidence. It is a spiritual principle. The sacred loses its power when revealed prematurely or to the wrong audience. When spiritual secrets are exposed, they can be misunderstood, judged, or even weaponized against you. Just as delicate seeds need fertile soil and protection to grow, the plans God entrusts to you require silence and safeguarding. Silence is not a sign of weakness, it is a mark of divine wisdom. Proverbs 21:23 tells us, "Whoever keeps his mouth and his tongue keeps himself out of trouble." When God entrusts you with a purpose, a vision, or even a word, He is handing you a fragment of His divine plan, something far greater than human understanding. But not everyone has the eyes to see, nor the heart to value what God is doing in your life. Imagine giving a priceless jewel to someone who cannot comprehend its worth. That person may mock it, mishandle it, or worse, attempt to take it from you. Have you ever shared a dream or testimony with someone only to be met with disbelief, jealousy, or negativity? Perhaps you felt the weight of their doubt, the sting of their envy, or the shadow of their criticism. What you may not realize is that this energy, these reactions, can spiritually contaminate your journey. Such responses, whether intentional or not, act like barriers, slowing down or even derailing what God is doing in your life. Not everyone around you has the capacity to understand, honor, or protect the secrets God has entrusted to you. This truth is a reminder to choose your confidence wisely. Joseph, son of Jacob, learned this lesson the hard way. When he shared his God-given dreams with his brothers, Genesis 37:5-11, their envy drove them to plot against him, selling him into slavery, while God ultimately turned Joseph's suffering into a greater purpose. His story serves as a cautionary tale. Are you sharing your spiritual pearls with those who might trample them? Understand this. When you reveal divine secrets to the wrong people, it's as though you're opening a door for opposing forces to enter your life. Doubt, negativity, and misunderstanding become footholds that can delay or distort God's work in you. Your silence, on the other hand, becomes your shield. It protects the purity of your calling and keeps your path aligned with God's timing. Chosen ones, the dreams and plans in your heart are not random. They are seeds planted by God Himself. These seeds hold immense potential, but their growth depends on your ability to protect and nurture them in silence. Think about this. When you scatter seeds carelessly on open ground, they become vulnerable to winds, storms, and birds of prey. In the same way, when you share your dreams too freely, you risk exposing them to forces that can harm, delay, or even destroy their fulfillment. Have you ever noticed how some people, unintentionally or intentionally, fail to see the value of your journey? Perhaps they dismiss your dreams as unrealistic, or their envy silently poisons your enthusiasm. Jesus teaches us in Mark 4:15 that Satan comes immediately and takes away the word that was sown in their hearts. Just as the enemy seeks to snatch the word of God, so too does he attempt to steal the seeds of purpose God has planted in you. Therefore, God calls us to caution. He asks us to treat these revelations as sacred, so His plans can flourish without unnecessary interference. As a chosen one, you carry a unique weight that few can understand. The depth of what God has entrusted to you is not for everyone to grasp. Why do you face so much opposition, misunderstanding, and unexpected obstacles? The spiritual realm recognizes the anointing on your life. You see, when you reveal your spiritual secrets, it's like removing your armor in the middle of a battlefield. You unintentionally create breaches, openings for attacks. Ephesians 6:11 reminds us to put on the full armor of God so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. Your silence is part of that armor. Some secrets are given to you not to share, but to protect your mission, your peace, and your walk with God. Consider this. Have you ever shared something significant only to see it fall apart shortly after? Maybe you revealed a new business idea to a friend, and suddenly obstacles arose where none had existed before. Or perhaps you told a family member about a God-given dream, only to feel a wave of doubt and disbelief drain your enthusiasm. This is not mere coincidence. It is a spiritual reality. When others cannot align with the vision God has given you, their energy, whether through negativity, skepticism, or envy, can disrupt your momentum. Proverbs 4:23 warns us, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." Guarding what is sacred means guarding the very purpose God has planted within you. What is sacred must be kept. God does not shout his revelations from the mountaintops. He speaks to you in moments of stillness, in prayer, and in intimate communion when you feel his presence the most. These messages are not for the world, they are for you. They are gifts meant to strengthen your faith, clarify your purpose, and guide your steps. Sharing these revelations with someone who is not spiritually aligned can weaken your confidence and, even worse, disrupt the divine connection you share with God. Before you speak, ask yourself, will this person understand or honor what I am sharing? If the answer is no, then silence becomes your greatest protection. Not everyone has the spiritual maturity or discernment to value what God has entrusted to you. Remember the example of Mary, the mother of Jesus. After the angel Gabriel revealed her sacred purpose, Luke 2:19 tells us, "But Mary treasured up all these things and pondered them in her heart." She kept what was holy close to her heart, where it could grow under God's protection. Silence is more than just an act of protection. It is an act of honor and faith. By keeping God's revelations confidential, you demonstrate that you trust him more than the opinions of people. It is like building an impenetrable wall around the treasure he has given you, ensuring that no one, intentionally or unintentionally, can steal or destroy it. Silence is an acknowledgement that what God has planted in you is too precious to expose carelessly. Protecting your spiritual secrets is an act of love, obedience, and self-preservation. It is a way of saying, God, I trust you. I believe in your timing. I honor your purpose for me. Your path is unique. It deserves to be safeguarded from distractions, doubts, and interference. When you protect what is sacred, you invite God's favor and allow his plans to unfold in their perfect time. So, hold tightly to what God has whispered to your heart. Treat it as the precious gift it is. Preserve it, respect it, and watch as he leads you to places you never imagined, places of purpose, victory, and fulfillment. As Psalm 32:7 says, "You are my hiding place. You will protect me from trouble and surround me with songs of deliverance." The secret God gave you is not just a calling, it's your greatest shield. Honor it and trust that he will guide you every step of the way. Chosen ones, many of us instinctively look for protection in external sources. Friends' advice, human strategies, or even our own physical strength. While these can offer temporary comfort, true protection comes from within, from a secret that God himself has planted in you. This secret is not just a thought or a plan, it is a sacred password, a manifestation of your spiritual identity and the divine purpose entrusted to you. It is unique, powerful, and tailor-made for your calling, known only to you and your Creator. When you grasp the importance of what must be kept hidden, you also discover the power of silence. Silence is not an act of fear or concealment. It is a deliberate decision to protect what is precious and sacred. It's a weapon of the wise, a shield that guards your heart from unnecessary exposure. Have you ever noticed how some people seem overly curious about your life? They ask endless questions, some out of interest, but others out of judgment or envy. Yet not everyone deserves to know the details of your spiritual journey. Silence is a divine strategy. an act of wisdom that keeps you safe. As Proverbs 17:28 teaches, even a fool, when he holds his peace, is considered wise, and he that shuts his lips is esteemed a man of understanding. This is not just a proverb, it is a timeless truth. The less you say, the more you protect your purpose from misunderstanding and spiritual sabotage. Your silence is not weakness, it is discernment and divine discipline in action. Imagine your heart as a safe, a place where God's revelations and dreams are stored. This safe has a combination that only you and God know. Every time you share your dreams and spiritual treasures with the wrong people, you risk leaving the safe unlocked. Who has access to your heart? Are the people around you aligned with God's plan for your life, or do they question, doubt, and diminish your vision? It is a hard question, but one that every chosen one must ask. If the answer is no, it might be time to redefine your relationships and reconsider how much you share. Not all information needs to be spoken aloud. One of the greatest spiritual tests the chosen ones face is discerning what to share and what to keep. Before you open your mouth, pause and ask yourself, will this glorify God or feed my pride? Does sharing this align with His will, or does it expose a vulnerability? If it is to honor God, speak with confidence. But if it serves only to satisfy ego or invites unnecessary judgment, let it remain between you and God. Understand this truth. Many battles we face are born from the words we speak. When you reveal too much, you open yourself to criticism, envy, and spiritual attacks. Not everyone around you has pure intentions, and not everyone wishes you well. The book of James warns us of the power of the tongue, saying in James 3:6, "The tongue is also a fire, a world of evil among the parts of the body. It corrupts the whole person." Words have the power to build or destroy, and sometimes silence is the strongest wall against spiritual opposition. Chosen ones, protect your secret as if it were a treasure. The less you expose, the fewer opportunities there are for the enemy to work against you. The people closest to you hold immense power. They can either uplift your spirit or plant seeds of doubt, fear, and confusion. Ask yourself, are these people helping me grow spiritually, or are they pulling me further from God's plan? Aligning yourself with those who share your vision strengthens the protection of your spiritual calling. Only those who understand the value of your mission can be trusted to hear fragments of your purpose. Have you ever shared something precious only to feel dismissed or misunderstood? This is why prayer becomes so vital. Bringing your desires, fears, and plans to God in prayer is the safest way to guard them. Why entrust fragile dreams to human hands when God alone can protect and refine them? In the divine presence, your dreams are protected, nurtured, and refined. The Holy Spirit becomes your counselor, guiding you on when to speak, how to act, and with whom to share. Have you ever asked yourself, who can I truly trust with this vision? In John 16:13, Jesus promised, "But when He, the Spirit of truth, comes, He will guide you into all truth." Trust in this guidance, for God knows the hearts of men, and His wisdom will direct you to those who will build you up, not tear you down. Let's imagine a scenario. What if God revealed a vision to you, a purpose so powerful it sets your soul on fire? A divine dream, a project or a mission that feels bigger than you can comprehend. The temptation to share this news with everyone is strong, isn't it? After all, when something extraordinary happens, we want others to celebrate it. But what happens when those you share it with don't understand? Premature criticism, doubt, or negativity can weaken your resolve and shift your focus. Have you ever had someone's words plant seeds of fear or hesitation in your heart? Instead, what if you chose silence and entrusted your vision to God? Jesus himself emphasized the reward of hidden faithfulness, saying in Matthew 6:4, "Then your Father, who sees what is done in secret, will reward you openly." What if God is asking you to work quietly for now, trusting that the world will see the fruit of your labor when the time is right? When you remain silent and trust in God's process, He ensures that what you build in private will one day be revealed in glory. Silence is more than wisdom. It is protection. It is an invisible fortress that shields you from spiritual harm. Do you see silence as a burden or as a divine strategy? Chosen ones, treasure this truth. Your purpose is not just a mission, it is your armor. Each time you choose faith over fear, trust over disclosure, and prayer over chatter, you honor the secret God has entrusted to you. What if this silence is the very thing ensuring your breakthrough? Work in faith, pray in confidence, and let God's favor unfold in His perfect time. Protect your purpose as the precious gift it is, for it is not only your calling, but your greatest shield. Chosen one, recognize this truth. The secret God placed within you is not just a shield. It is your greatest weapon. It is both a fortress against spiritual attacks and a symbol of your unwavering commitment to the divine purpose for your life. Keeping this secret is not a small act of restraint, it is a profound act of faith. By protecting what God has entrusted to you, you declare your trust in Him, knowing that He alone determines the right time to reveal His work in your life. Have you ever wondered why God works in silence? Why so many of His miracles begin in the unseen? This is because God operates beyond human understanding, transforming the invisible into the visible at the appointed time. To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under the heaven. Ecclesiastes 3:1. When you choose to protect the sacred purpose within you, you create space for God to perform His miracles in silence, without interference, without doubt, and without resistance. The secret God entrusted to you is not ordinary. It is not simply an idea or information. It is a divine mission that carries the very essence of who you are and what you were created to accomplish in this world. The chosen ones are given extraordinary responsibilities, but these responsibilities come with a test. Can you protect what has been entrusted to you? Like a gardener entrusted with seeds of rare and priceless value, your ability to guard and nurture them determines their growth and eventual harvest. When you guard this secret, you're not just protecting yourself, you're safeguarding the mission. Revealing it before its time can be as dangerous as never revealing it at all. Imagine unveiling a masterpiece while it is still unfinished. It invites criticism, misunderstanding, and sabotage. God does not place great callings in the hands of those who cannot protect them. The very fact that He gave you this secret proves that you are worthy of His trust. He who is faithful in what is least is faithful also in much. Luke 16:10. But guarding something so precious requires more than silence. It requires faith. It means trusting in God's timing, even when you don't understand the details. It means standing firm when the temptation arises to seek validation from others or share achievements to satisfy pride. The quiet protection of your calling is a declaration that you believe God is in control, that His plan is perfect, and that He alone will determine the moment for revelation. Have you ever felt the urge to share your achievements, dreams, or plans with friends or loved ones, only to hesitate, sensing that it was not the right time? That hesitation may not be random. It is often the Holy Spirit prompting you to hold back, reminding you that not everyone is prepared to understand, respect, or support the vision God has given you. Prayer becomes your compass in moments like these. Through prayer, you gain access to divine wisdom, discernment, and clarity. Before you share anything, pause and ask God, "Lord, is this the moment? Is this the right person?" Many times, the answer you receive will be silence. That silence is not a rejection. It is divine protection. It is God's way of saying, wait, the secret must remain guarded a little longer. Prayer does more than provide answers. It strengthens your connection with God. It helps you recognize spiritual traps that may arise along the way. The enemy will often use the people closest to you to plant seeds of doubt, jealousy, or fear. How many times have you trusted someone, believing they would support you, only to feel betrayed when they dismissed, misunderstood, or even weaponized your sacred dreams? That pain is more than just a human disappointment. It is a spiritual lesson. It teaches you that not everything precious should be shared. Jesus himself modeled this wisdom. When he performed miracles, he often instructed those healed to remain silent. In Mark 1:44, after cleansing a leper, he said, "See that you don't tell this to anyone." Why? Because Jesus understood the importance of timing, purpose, and divine strategy. Revealing something too soon can create distractions, opposition, or resistance that God never intended. Chosen one, you must treat your purpose like a treasure. The less you expose, the fewer opportunities there are for interference. Protecting the secret God has given you is not only an act of obedience, but also an act of trust and wisdom. It is a spiritual shield, ensuring that the seed of purpose can grow in fertile, uncontaminated ground. When you feel the desire to share your calling or achievements, pause and ask yourself, does sharing this glorify God, or does it satisfy something in me? If the answer is unclear, bring it to God in prayer. Remember that silence is often a divine strategy, a way to allow God to work behind the scenes, strengthening your faith while preparing you for what is to come. Trust this: the secret you are guarding is sacred. Protect it with faith, prayer, and discernment. God will reveal it in his perfect time, and when he does, no one will be able to deny his work in your life. As Matthew 6:6 reminds us, "But when you pray, go into your room, close the door, and pray to your Father who is unseen. Then your Father, who sees what is done in secret, will reward you." Chosen one, hold fast to the secret. Let God be your shield, your guide, and your timing. In due season, he will unveil what he has planted within you, and the world will marvel at the greatness of his work. Chosen one, what if I told you that loneliness, a state often perceived as a burden, is, in fact, a divine gift? While the world may see solitude as emptiness or rejection, God uses it as a sacred space for transformation. In those moments when you feel most alone, heaven is speaking directly to you. It is in solitude that God's voice becomes clearer, his presence stronger, and his purpose undeniable. Loneliness, then, is not abandonment. It is protection. God is separating you. He is setting you apart from distractions, influences, and relationships that might compromise the secret he has entrusted to you. Have you noticed how solitude often accompanies seasons of growth? It is no coincidence. Jesus himself often withdrew to lonely places to pray. Luke 5:16. Why? Because solitude strips away the noise of the world and draws us closer to the one who holds the plan for our lives. When you embrace solitude, you embrace a divine opportunity to grow spiritually, strengthen your faith, and fortify the trust you have in God's plan. The power of your words cannot be underestimated. What you speak has the ability to create or destroy, to attract blessings or open doors for spiritual attacks. Have you ever shared something prematurely, only to feel the weight of negativity, doubt, or envy in return? This is why guarding the secret God placed within you is so crucial. The tongue has the power of life and death, and those who love it will eat its fruit. Proverbs 18:21. Protection begins with your words. Choosing silence is not cowardice, it is wisdom. When God is still working on something in your life, speaking too soon can expose it to energies, intentions, and forces that are not pure. Silence, then, becomes your greatest defense. Envy is one of the enemy's most dangerous weapons, a silent attack aimed at those who carry divine purpose. How many times have you shared a vision or achievement only to sense envy in someone's eyes or words? This is not paranoia, but a spiritual reality. The Bible warns us of the effects of envy in James 3:16. For where envy and self-seeking exist, confusion and every evil thing are there. Revealing what God is still nurturing within you can attract opposition, misunderstanding, and even sabotage. This does not mean you must live in fear, but you must live with wisdom and strategy. Jesus himself gave us the perfect instruction in Matthew 10:16. Be shrewd as serpents and innocent as doves. To be shrewd is to act with discernment, carefully choosing what to reveal and to whom. To be innocent is to remain humble and pure in your intentions. By combining these two qualities, you align with God's strategy to protect His work in your life. Everything has a time and season, and the revelation of your secret is no different. Understand this. By guarding what is sacred now, you are preparing the ground for a greater revelation in the future. God is never in a hurry, yet He is always on time. The moments of solitude, betrayal, or disappointment you have experienced are not wasted. They are lessons. Each of these experiences was allowed by God to mold your character, sharpen your discernment, and teach you the profound value of protecting what is sacred. Think back to the moments that caused you pain, the betrayal of a friend you trusted, the disappointment of someone failing to honor your vulnerability, or the loneliness of walking a path no one else understood. These were not random. They were tools in the hands of the potter, shaping you to be stronger, wiser, and more prepared for the calling you carry. Joseph, in the book of Genesis, understood this deeply. His brothers betrayed him after he revealed his dreams prematurely, Genesis 37. Yet even through betrayal, God used his solitude and suffering to prepare him for greatness. Chosen one, hear this clearly. The secret you carry is not just a mission. It is evidence that you are part of something greater, something that transcends this world, something that the enemy cannot comprehend or touch unless you allow it. Have you ever wondered why the battles you face seem so intense? Could it be because of the extraordinary purpose hidden within you? By keeping this secret, you are not only protecting yourself, but also protecting God's purpose in your life. The enemy cannot attack what he does not know. When you remain silent and trust in God, you are building an invisible wall of protection around your calling. At the right time, and only at the right time, God himself will reveal what he has been doing in your life. And when that moment comes, no opposition, no force, and no envy will be able to stand against the divine plan. For the vision is yet for an appointed time, but at the end it will speak, and it will not lie. Though it tarries, wait for it, because it will surely come. Habakkuk 2:3. God's timing is perfect and his reward is glorious. Until that moment comes, keep praying, keep trusting, and keep protecting what is sacred. Prayer is your connection to divine wisdom. It is through prayer that you discern when to speak and when to remain silent. When you bring your struggles, your dreams, and your plans to God, you place them in the safest hands. Chosen one, have you ever stopped to ask yourself, what could God accomplish through me if I guard this gift faithfully? The Holy Spirit becomes your guide, helping you recognize spiritual traps, avoid unnecessary distractions, and remain aligned with God's plan. The spiritual journey you walk is not easy. It is filled with revelations, challenges, and the constant need for discernment. Among these challenges, perhaps the greatest is the wisdom to protect what God has entrusted to you. Chosen one, embrace solitude as a season of preparation. Treat your calling like the precious treasure it is. Keep it guarded, knowing that God will reveal it in His perfect time. Until then, trust Him fully, for He is both your shield and your guide. What is hidden now will one day shine so brightly that no one will be able to deny His hand at work in your life. Chosen one, the secrets God entrusts to you are not just information, they are keys to unlocking your divine purpose. These secrets hold the blueprint to your destiny, opening doors that lead to God's will, but when revealed to the wrong person, they can invite delays, opposition, and confusion. Sharing them carelessly is like opening a treasure chest for anyone to see without protecting its contents. Have you ever wondered why some plans fall apart after you share them? Why certain people seem to drain your energy or bring doubt into what you know God has placed on your heart? Let me share with you 3 spiritual tools that will help you protect your purpose, shield your spiritual energy, and align your walk with God. These tools are not ordinary advice. They are divine principles that can mean the difference between stagnation and the fulfillment of your calling. Listen carefully, apply these truths, and let God reveal His plans in His perfect time. The first tool is strategic silence. Chosen one, silence is not weakness. It is a form of wisdom, a shield that guards your purpose from unnecessary exposure. How many times have you felt the urge to explain your actions, justify your calling, or share a vision God placed in your heart? Perhaps you wanted affirmation or felt excitement to tell others, but ask yourself this: is this the right time? Will sharing this glorify God or merely satisfy my own need for validation? Silence gives God room to work behind the scenes. When you hold back words, you are not hiding, you are protecting. Jesus Himself often practiced strategic silence. In Luke 23:9, when questioned by Herod, He gave him no answer. Why? Because silence was more powerful in that moment than any words spoken. Understand this truth. Your words carry spiritual weight. Proverbs 18:21 reminds us, "The tongue has the power of life and death." Poorly placed words can invite the enemy into places where he does not belong, creating breaches that weaken your focus. Before you speak, pause and ask yourself, does this honor God? Does this protect my purpose? If the answer is no, choose silence. It is better to let your actions speak louder than words, for actions guided by God's hand carry undeniable proof of His work. The second tool is the fortress prayer. Chosen one, there is no greater power than words spoken to God. When you pray, you are not just expressing your desires, you are building a spiritual fortress that shields your life and calling. How often do we speak to others about our plans before speaking to God? Prayer should always come first. It is through prayer that God grants discernment, wisdom, and clarity. Before sharing anything, take it to Him and pray, "Lord, strengthen my heart and give me discernment to know what should be said and what should be kept. May my words be used only for your glory, and may no divine secret be revealed before the right time. Amen." Imagine standing before a crossroads. One path leads to sharing your vision prematurely. The other leads to bringing it to God in prayer first. Which path do you think brings protection and guidance? When Nehemiah prepared to rebuild the walls of Jerusalem, he prayed and kept his plans hidden until the appointed time. Nehemiah 2:12 says, "I told no one what my God had put in my heart to do for Jerusalem." This is the wisdom of prayer, placing God at the center of every decision. When you pray, you invite God to open and close doors, to reveal truth, and to protect your purpose from those who might misuse or misunderstand it. The third tool is building a list of trusted people. Not everyone around you is meant to hear your dreams or understand your calling. Have you ever shared something precious only to be met with envy, skepticism, or even betrayal? These moments are painful but revealing. God uses them to sharpen your discernment and teach you whom to trust. Look closely at the people in your life. How do they react to your victories? Are they celebrating with you, or do you sense subtle resentment? Jesus himself chose carefully, sharing the depths of his purpose only with a select few. Even among his disciples, he often revealed truths only to Peter, James, and John. To identify your trusted people, examine their fruits. Are they faithful in small matters? Do they encourage your spiritual walk or plant seeds of doubt? Proverbs 11:13 says, "A gossip betrays a confidence, but a trustworthy person keeps a secret." True allies are those who pray for you, support your mission, and celebrate your growth without competition or ulterior motives. If you have doubts about someone, take it to God. Ask him to reveal hidden intentions and guide you toward those who align with his plan for your life. Chosen one, protecting your purpose requires wisdom, prayer, and discernment. Poorly shared words can open doors to envy, misunderstanding, and spiritual attacks. That is why you must learn to remain silent when necessary. Pray for divine direction and trust only those who prove themselves worthy of your confidence. Remember this: the less you expose to the wrong people, the fewer opportunities there are for interference. Have you ever wondered why God works in secret? Why he often moves in silence before revealing his plans? It is because what is hidden now will one day shine with undeniable glory. Chosen one, let God's timing and wisdom guide your every word. Protect what he has entrusted to you, for when the appointed time comes, nothing and no one will be able to stand in the way of his plan for your life. Chosen one, when you protect your secrets, you are safeguarding not just words, but the very essence of your divine mission. These secrets, your connection with God, your purpose, and the visions he has placed within you, are treasures of infinite value. Applying the tools of protection in your daily life is simpler than you might think. Begin by practicing strategic silence, avoiding impulsive comments that might expose your purpose before its time. Include the fortress prayer in your daily routine, especially before making important decisions, asking God for discernment and protection, and regularly evaluate your list of trusted people, ensuring that those who have access to your heart are individuals guided by God, aligned with his plan for your life. Spiritual protection doesn't happen overnight. It is built through small, intentional actions that together create an unshakable fortress around your purpose. Protecting your secrets is more than a strategy. It is an act of faith. When you guard what God has entrusted to you, you are demonstrating that you honor and value his divine plan above everything else. Have you ever felt that urge to share something exciting, only to sense a nudge in your spirit telling you to hold back? What happened the last time you revealed something prematurely? Did you feel drained, misunderstood, or even attacked? Remember, your silence, your prayers, and your careful trust are not signs of weakness, but spiritual weapons that help you overcome invisible battles. Apply these tools faithfully, and you will see how your life becomes shielded from the forces that seek to divert, delay, or diminish what God has in store for you. Have you ever stopped to consider that within you lies something untouchable, a sacred connection that goes beyond what the world can see or comprehend? This secret is your direct bridge to God, a divine flame that burns intensely yet remains hidden from the eyes of the curious, the critics, and those who would seek to discredit or destroy you. Can you feel its weight and beauty? Do you realize that this is what sets you apart? In the Bible, Jesus reminds us, "For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also." Matthew 6:21. Your secret, this divine treasure, is not a physical possession, but a spiritual reality. It is the essence of your calling, the certainty of your destiny, and the wellspring of strength that sustains you through every trial. It cannot be bought, stolen, or sold. It is meant to be guarded, hidden in the safest place, your heart. Like a safe that protects rare jewels, your heart must become the stronghold for this divine connection. Jesus also warns us, "Do not store up for yourselves treasures on earth, where moths and rust destroy, and where thieves break in and steal. But store up for yourselves treasures in heaven." Matthew 6:19-20. The message is clear. Your spiritual treasure must not be exposed to thieves, those who seek to steal your peace, shake your faith, or diminish your trust in God's purpose. Have you ever wondered who or what tries to rob you of your joy, your confidence, and your belief in God's promises? The secret you must protect above all else is your unshakable faith. It is your ability to believe in God's promises even when everything around you is falling apart. How do you keep believing when others doubt you? How do you stay strong when the path is uncertain? It is because of this sacred faith, hidden in silence and humility, that you endure. This faith grows stronger over time, becoming an invisible shield against spiritual attacks, criticism, and uncertainty. Have you ever faced a trial and heard others wonder, how are you still standing? How are you still moving forward? They cannot understand that your strength comes not from what they can see, but from a connection so deeply rooted that it sustains you like the unseen roots of a great tree. Revealing this faith or your divine calling to those who do not understand it exposes you to unnecessary battles. Not everyone around you is capable of respecting or comprehending what God is doing in your life. Some may belittle, discourage, or even attempt to sabotage what is sacred. Do you know who around you truly honors your spiritual walk? This is why guarding your secret is an act of wisdom and protection. Mary, the mother of Jesus, understood this truth deeply. When the angel revealed God's purpose for her life, Mary treasured up all these things and pondered them in her heart. Luke 2:19. She didn't share everything with everyone because she recognized that certain revelations were meant to be meditated upon, matured in silence, and protected in her intimacy with God. Chosen one, your secret sustains you and prepares you for the fulfillment of God's purpose. Those around you may see the battles you face, but they do not see the source of your strength. How many times have you overcome a challenge others thought impossible? Your connection with God is a mystery, hidden but powerful, guiding you forward when others might falter. This connection, this secret, is your divine advantage. When you protect it, you become like a fortress, unshakable and impenetrable. The enemy cannot attack what he cannot see, and those who would seek to harm you cannot find a breach in your silence. There is a profound beauty in guarding what is sacred. Do you realize that the mystery of your faith confounds those who doubt you and strengthens those who walk alongside you? It becomes a shared mystery between you and God, a treasure that no one else can touch. It is a divine strategy that strengthens your faith, shields your purpose, and allows God's plans to unfold in their perfect time. Chosen one, let your faith be hidden yet unshakable, your prayers silent yet powerful, and your purpose protected yet unstoppable. In the unseen, God is at work, shaping, guiding, and preparing you for what lies ahead. When the time comes, what He has hidden in your heart will shine for all to see, and no force on earth will be able to stand against it. Until then, trust, protect, and cherish the mystery of your divine connection, for it is your greatest strength and your most sacred treasure. Do you now see the power you hold within you, the power that no one can steal, diminish, or discredit? Hold on to it, for you are chosen, and God's purpose for your life is unstoppable. Chosen ones, we have walked together through the sacred truths of protecting your divine secrets, discovering how silence, prayer, and discernment are not just tools, but spiritual weapons to guard what God has entrusted to you. You have learned that the secrets you carry are more than mere plans. They are treasures that hold the essence of your purpose, your faith, and your connection with the Almighty. By practicing strategic silence, building a fortress of prayer, and surrounding yourself with trustworthy allies, you create a spiritual stronghold that no force can penetrate. Remember, this is not about fear, but about wisdom, about honoring what is sacred and allowing God's plan to unfold in His perfect time. When you guard your faith, your calling, and your divine connection, you walk as a spiritual fortress, protected and guided by God Himself. Thank you, dear chosen ones, for walking with me through this message, this sacred journey of truth and revelation. Your time, your heart, and your willingness to listen and reflect mean more than words can express. Together, we've explored profound spiritual principles that can transform your life and strengthen your purpose. If this message has spoken to your heart, encouraged your spirit, or given you the wisdom you needed, I humbly ask you to take a moment to like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to the channel so that we can continue to grow together in faith and purpose. To each of you who have joined me until the very end, I speak this blessing over your life. May God's hand of protection rest upon you and guard the treasures He has placed within your heart. May His wisdom guide you in every word you speak and every silence you keep. May the peace of the Lord surround you like an unshakable fortress, shielding you from doubt, fear, and spiritual attacks. May you be blessed with discernment to recognize the right people, the right time, and the right opportunities in your life. I pray that your faith grows stronger in secret, so that one day when God reveals His work in you, it will shine brightly for all to see. May you experience favor in unexpected places, breakthroughs where there were obstacles, and joy where there was once sorrow. And above all, may the Lord bless you and keep you. May He make His face shine upon you and be gracious to you. May He turn His face toward you and give you peace. Numbers 6:24-26. Thank you once again for being part of this journey. You are chosen, you are loved, you are protected. Now go forth, shielded in faith and filled with purpose, knowing that what God has placed within you is unstoppable. Stay strong, stay silent when needed, and stay connected to Him. Until we meet again, may God bless you abundantly. Amen. Welcome back, God's chosen ones. It's truly no accident that you found yourself here today. In fact, this moment is part of a divine plan that's unfolding in your life, leading you closer to the purpose God has prepared uniquely for you. Right now, you might feel like something big is about to happen, like the atmosphere around you is shifting. That's because it is. God is working in your favor, orchestrating breakthroughs, blessings, and miracles that you may not even see yet. Before we step into this powerful message, let's take a moment together. If you feel aligned with this calling, go ahead and comment 77 below, a symbol of completion and divine perfection, because you are stepping into a season where God's plan for your life will be fulfilled. And to all of you who have supported this ministry through Super Thanks, I want to express my deepest gratitude. Your generosity not only blesses this channel, but also helps us reach more people with these life-changing messages of faith, hope, and encouragement. Thank you for being a part of this journey with us. But let me ask you this. Have you ever wondered why God doesn't reveal everything at once? Why sometimes the blessings He places in your life come with a divine instruction to guard them, to keep them private until the right time? What if the next chapter He's writing for you is so transformative, so sacred, that it requires your full trust and obedience to His guidance? There's something incredibly important about what comes next in your life. And in today's message, we're going to dive deep into why God may be calling you to keep it protected and what this means for your divine mission. Stay with me. What you're about to hear could change how you see the season you're in right now. God's chosen ones keep what comes next. Too often we feel an urge to share everything, our discoveries, accomplishments, and even our inner thoughts. The world tempts us to display our spiritual milestones as if broadcasting them validates their worth. But what if I told you that your greatest growth happens in the hidden places, where no applause or validation is needed? Consider the words of Ecclesiastes 3:7. A time to tear apart and a time to sew together, a time to be silent and a time to speak. Could this be your time to embrace silence? One of the most transformative spiritual practices for a chosen one is conscious silence, the intentional act of refraining from speech while fully present in the moment. Why is this practice so potent? In our modern world, filled with endless noise, social media updates, YouTube commentaries, and the constant buzz of opinions, many of us feel compelled to talk incessantly, especially about ourselves. Whether it's expressing preferences, sharing emotions, or airing opinions, this endless chatter often reflects a restless mind seeking validation and identity. Have you ever stopped to wonder why you feel the need to speak, even when no one is listening? Spiritually speaking, all things are energy. When we talk excessively about ourselves, we are often unknowingly trying to draw energy from others, as if their attention confirms our existence and significance. This behavior is an unconscious attempt to fill an inner void. But what if I told you that this energy you seek externally is already within you, waiting to be harnessed through silence? Proverbs 17:28 reminds us, "Even a fool is thought wise if he keeps silent, and discerning if he holds his tongue." Could your journey to wisdom and spiritual power begin by holding your tongue? Picture this. You are entrusted with a sacred secret, a truth so powerful it has the potential to change your life. This truth is like a delicate flame, flickering with potential, yet vulnerable to the winds of the world. If you speak too soon, if you expose this sacred truth to the noise around you, the flame risks being extinguished. But when you guard it with silence, you allow it to grow stronger, brighter, and eventually capable of illuminating not just your life, but also the lives of those around you. Are you willing to protect this flame within you until it shines at its fullest? Choosing silence is not about muting your voice, but about creating a holy space where your soul can breathe. In this sacred stillness, you will hear the whispers of your heart, the divine compass that knows your true purpose. How often do we miss these whispers because we're too preoccupied with speaking or listening to the world's clamor? The Bible speaks of Jesus withdrawing to lonely places to pray, Luke 5:16. Have you considered creating your own lonely place where you can commune with God and nurture your inner garden? Now, reflect on the people around you. How many love to dominate conversations, to be the center of attention, or to force their opinions upon others? Perhaps you've found yourself caught in these dynamics, either as the speaker or the listener. This constant exchange of words often becomes a silent struggle for power, energy being pulled back and forth without anyone truly listening or gaining clarity. What would happen if instead you chose silence as your response? Could you reclaim your energy and redirect it towards something far more meaningful? This is why conscious silence is a cornerstone of spiritual awakening for the chosen ones. Spiritual masters throughout history have emphasized silence as a gateway to wisdom, peace, and divine connection. In the quiet, we can finally hear the voice of God above the noise of the world. It is like stepping into a secret garden, a sanctuary where no one else can enter. In this garden, you can cultivate seeds of wisdom, faith, and inner strength. Jesus himself said in Matthew 6:6, "But when you pray, go into your room, close the door, and pray to your Father, who is unseen. Then your Father, who sees what is done in secret, will reward you. What rewards might be waiting for you in the secret garden of silence? Silencing yourself is far more profound than simply keeping quiet. It is the sacred act of nurturing your inner world and allowing it to flourish. Think of it as tending to a hidden garden, a secret sanctuary that only you can access. In this sacred space, free from the distractions and judgments of the outside world, you uncover clarity, peace, and the wisdom needed to discern your path. By choosing to protect this space, you safeguard your spiritual growth, shielding it from external forces that might distort or weaken your journey. Have you ever wondered what treasures lie within this hidden garden, waiting for you to discover them? The benefits of embracing silence as a spiritual practice are immense. To begin with, silence helps you conserve your vital energy. In a world where words flow endlessly, whether through conversations, debates, or social media, how often do you feel drained by the need to respond, explain, or defend? For those accustomed to speaking often or seeking external validation, silence may feel unfamiliar, even uncomfortable. You may find yourself tempted to interrupt, correct, or critique others, but could this discomfort be an invitation to a deeper transformation? Silence requires discipline, patience, and persistence, but its rewards are unparalleled. Over time, you'll notice a remarkable shift. The constant desire to speak begins to fade, replaced by a profound sense of calm and vitality. Why does this happen? When you choose silence, you stop wasting energy on unnecessary conversations, judgments, and comparisons. This conserved energy doesn't disappear. It becomes available to fuel other, more meaningful aspects of your life. Have you ever paused to consider where this energy might lead you if it were directed toward your spiritual growth? In the book of Proverbs, we are reminded, "The prudent hold their tongues." Proverbs 10:19. This wisdom speaks to the power of silence, not as a retreat, but as a deliberate choice to channel your energy wisely. As you embrace this practice, you'll find that your ability to observe and understand others deepens. Instead of reacting impulsively, you begin to notice the subtle behaviors, intentions, and motivations of those around you. Words can be deceiving, but the energy people project never lies. Have you ever felt that someone's words didn't match their true feelings? Through silence, you develop the sensitivity to discern these hidden truths. As this awareness grows, so does your presence. Silence, paradoxically, amplifies your influence. When you speak less, the weight of your words increases. People begin to notice something different about you, a quiet strength, an unshakable serenity that commands attention without effort. This is the power of conscious silence. It is not just the absence of sound, but the presence of wisdom and purpose. How might your life change if people were drawn to your energy, not your words? More than just an outward shift, silence deepens your connection to your true self and your divine purpose. By redirecting your energy inward, you move closer to fulfilling the calling you carry as a chosen one. Consider the example of Jesus, who often withdrew to quiet places to pray and reconnect with his Father. Luke 5:16. What if your silence too became a channel for divine guidance and strength? When you embrace silence, you let go of the need to assert yourself, to prove your worth, or to control how others perceive you. Instead, you direct your energy toward higher purposes, serving others, cultivating inner peace, and manifesting good in the world. This practice transforms not only your spiritual journey, but also the lives of those around you. Could it be that by choosing silence, you unlock a power within you that has been waiting to be revealed all along? Silence plays a role far greater than we often acknowledge. It becomes a shield, guarding the sanctity of your personal and spiritual experiences. By choosing to keep certain things to yourself, you preserve the purity and power of these moments. Much like a collector carefully safeguards their most treasured pieces, protecting them from careless hands and prying eyes. For the chosen ones, this practice is vital, because not everyone will understand or embrace your journey. Have you ever wondered why your experiences resonate deeply within you but seem incomprehensible to others? Silence is the bridge that helps you maintain focus while shielding your mind and spirit from the noise of external influences. Consider the times you've shared an idea, a dream, or a spiritual experience, only to be met with disbelief, skepticism, or even envy. How did those reactions affect you? Perhaps they hurt, left you discouraged, or even caused you to question your path. When you choose silence, you protect yourself from these negative responses. Silence isn't about hiding, it's about creating a barrier that preserves your energy, focus, and mission. It prevents the contamination of your spirit by opinions that don't align with your purpose. The Bible provides a striking example in the story of Joseph, the son of Jacob. Joseph shared his dreams with his brothers, but instead of support, he was met with envy so intense that they sold him into slavery. While God ultimately used that betrayal to fulfill a greater plan, Joseph's initial suffering might have been avoided if he had exercised more discretion. What might have changed if Joseph had kept his dreams close to his heart? Another profound example comes from the life of Jesus. When faced with accusations and judgment, particularly during his trial before Pilate, Jesus often chose silence instead of defending himself. This silence wasn't weakness, it was strength, a deep understanding of his divine mission, and complete trust in God's plan. Imagine the power it takes to stay silent when the world demands you speak. Could it be that silence in moments of trial reflects a confidence that words cannot capture? In our lives, how often do we face similar situations? Think of a time when you shared your dreams with someone who wasn't aligned with your vision. Maybe their doubtful expressions or dismissive comments planted seeds of uncertainty within you. How did their reactions make you feel? Did they cause you to question what you once believed so strongly? Silence in these moments becomes a form of protection. It allows you to nurture your ideas and experiences without interference, giving them the space they need to grow and mature. Let's imagine a practical scenario. You're working on a deeply personal and meaningful project, something that requires your full creativity and energy. Now, if you begin sharing this project with others, you open yourself up to opinions, some well-meaning, others critical, that can cloud your vision. What if someone tells you your idea is unrealistic? What if another insists you're going about it the wrong way? Even if you start with confidence, these voices can sow doubt, shaking the foundation of your belief. By keeping silent, you shield your vision from premature criticism, allowing it to take shape free from the weight of external judgment. Silence is like planting a seed in the earth. A farmer doesn't dig up the seed daily to show others its progress. Instead, they protect it, water it, and give it time to grow in secret. Similarly, your dreams, ideas, and spiritual insights need that same quiet space to flourish. When the time is right and your vision is fully realized, you'll have the strength and clarity to share it in a way that inspires and transforms others. How different would your journey feel if you trusted the timing and allowed silence to be your ally? Ultimately, silence is not a void, but a sanctuary. It's the place where your soul finds refuge, where your dreams are nourished, and where your connection to the divine becomes unshakable. The book of Ecclesiastes reminds us, "There is a time to be silent and a time to speak." Ecclesiastes 3:7. In moments of silence, you prepare for the moments when your voice will carry the greatest impact. Could it be that by embracing silence, you are not withdrawing from the world but readying yourself to shape it? Another profound reason to embrace silence is to shield yourself from the distractions and confusion that arise when you share your spiritual journey with the world. Consider how quickly focus can waver when you open the door to a flood of opinions about what you should or should not do. Silence serves as a lighthouse in the fog, its steady beam cutting through the chaos, guiding you toward what truly matters. Without it, the voices of others, no matter how well-intentioned, can cloud your vision, steering you away from your purpose and inner truth. Each person you encounter carries their own perspectives, experiences, and advice, often given with the belief that their input is essential. While some of these insights may offer value, others create a cacophony of conflicting voices. This is like navigating a stormy sea, where the waves of opinions rise and crash against your vessel, threatening to send it off course. In such moments, silence becomes your refuge, your compass, and your anchor. It grounds you in your convictions and prevents you from being swept away by external forces. Practicing silence doesn't mean isolating yourself completely. It means being discerning about what and with whom you share. Imagine you have embarked on a spiritual journey that feels deeply personal and transformative. If you share this path prematurely with too many people, you might encounter a mix of reactions. Some might celebrate your decision, but others might express doubt, skepticism, or even criticism. Such responses, while often rooted in their own fears or misunderstandings, can seep into your mind and heart, creating uncertainty where there once was clarity. By choosing silence, you preserve the sanctity of your journey, allowing it to flourish without interference. The Bible offers us a powerful example in Nehemiah, a man tasked by God to rebuild the walls of Jerusalem. When he first received this divine mission, Nehemiah chose to keep his plans hidden. "I had not told anyone what my God had put in my heart to do for Jerusalem." Nehemiah 2:12. This period of strategic silence gave him the time and space to prepare, seek God's guidance, and build a firm foundation for his actions. Had he shared his plans too soon, he risked facing unnecessary criticism and opposition that could have derailed his mission. Only when the time was right, when his resolve was unshakable and his strategy clear, did Nehemiah reveal his purpose to others, ensuring the mission's success. This example teaches us the value of silence as a tool of protection and preparation. When you guard your dreams and spiritual experiences with discretion, you allow them to take root and grow strong. Silence is not an act of weakness, but a sign of wisdom, recognizing that not everyone will understand or support your journey. It gives you the strength to focus on your purpose without being distracted by the noise around you. Now ask yourself, are there moments in your life when speaking too soon caused unnecessary detours? Have you ever felt the weight of others' opinions pulling you away from what you knew to be right in your heart? Silence in such instances is not avoidance. It is alignment. It aligns your actions with God's timing, allowing His purpose for you to unfold without interruption. Like Nehemiah, you too can harness the power of silence to guard your path. Let your lighthouse of silence guide you through the storm, keeping you steady and focused on the harbor of your inner wisdom. And when the time comes to speak or act, you will do so with confidence, clarity, and divine assurance. Silence is not merely the absence of sound. It is the fertile ground where thoughts and experiences are given the space to flourish. When you choose not to rush into sharing, you allow your reflections to ripen, gaining depth and clarity. Consider the way a seedling grows. A farmer doesn't expose the delicate sprout to the harsh elements too soon. Instead, it is nurtured quietly, away from prying eyes. Your ideas and spiritual experiences require the same care. Shielded by silence, they develop into something far more profound and enduring. Then, when the right moment comes to speak, your words will resonate with authenticity, carrying the power to inspire and uplift, because they are rooted in careful contemplation and genuine insight. But silence offers more than depth. It is also a shield. When you share your spiritual victories or future aspirations too quickly, you risk drawing the attention of those who may not have your best interests at heart. Envy, jealousy, and malice are real forces that can threaten to destabilize even the most heartfelt intentions. Like a storm that uproots a young tree not yet anchored in the soil, these negative energies can disrupt your progress. Yet, by practicing silence, you protect what is sacred within you. Imagine a sapling growing strong in a hidden grove. Shielded from the elements, its roots sink deep into the nourishing earth, unseen but vital. In the same way, your spiritual journey and personal triumphs need time to establish themselves in the quiet. By keeping them private, you grant them the strength to withstand external pressures. When the moment finally arrives to reveal what you have built, you do so with confidence, knowing that your foundation is unshakable, your progress resilient against the storms of life. Furthermore, silence provides an essential safeguard against external validation. In today's world, the temptation to seek approval and recognition from others is constant. Social media and public platforms often amplify this desire, encouraging us to announce every success or aspiration. However, true spiritual growth isn't about applause. It's about alignment with yourself, your values, and God. Silence keeps your focus inward, where your relationship with the divine is cultivated in purity, free from distraction. The Bible offers a powerful example of this principle in the story of Nehemiah. When God placed it on Nehemiah's heart to rebuild the walls of Jerusalem, he didn't immediately share his plans with others. Instead, he prayed, prepared, and acted with careful deliberation. His initial silence was not a sign of hesitation, but of wisdom. By keeping his mission private until the right moment, Nehemiah avoided interference and ensured his work could proceed unimpeded. His story reminds us that silence is often the first step toward success, allowing us to align with God's timing and purpose. Have you ever paused to wonder if your own victories need the same silent care? Are there moments when rushing to share has left you feeling exposed or uncertain? Silence is a discipline that asks for patience, but its rewards are immeasurable. It not only protects, but also strengthens. It teaches us to cherish what is sacred, to honor God's timing, and to prepare ourselves so that when we do speak, our words are laden with wisdom and truth. Let silence be your ally. Use it to deepen your understanding, protect your progress, and nurture humility. When the time comes to share, let your words be a reflection of a heart that has listened intently to the voice of God and a spirit that has grown resilient in His care. Until then, rest in the knowledge that silence is not a void, but a sacred space where the seeds of your soul are given the grace to flourish. Silence not only serves as protection, but also as a way to preserve humility. By avoiding the search for external validation, you prevent the ego from dominating your journey. It is easy to get lost in praise and in others' expectations, but silence keeps your focus on what truly matters, your inner development and connection with the divine. Humility is a rare virtue, especially in a world that values public recognition and others' approval so much. However, true spiritual growth is not fed by applause. It flourishes in tranquility, in silence, away from others' eyes. It is in this silent space that you can deeply connect with God, hear His voice, and follow His guidance. Keeping silent also helps cultivate inner peace. Imagine yourself in a calm place where you can hear the soft sounds of nature around you. This place is silence, where you can find the tranquility and clarity necessary to continue your spiritual journey in a firm and serene manner. Silence is like a refuge, a sanctuary where you can retreat when the outside world becomes chaotic and oppressive. It is in this sanctuary that you can regain your strength, perspective, and peace. Each moment of silence is an opportunity to reconnect with your essence, to realign your spirit with the divine, and to find clarity amidst the confusion. Moreover, silence allows you to develop greater spiritual sensitivity. When you are silent, your inner senses become sharper, allowing you to perceive signs and intuitions that would normally go unnoticed. It is in this state of quietness that you can receive deeper revelations and access higher levels of consciousness. Many great spiritual masters teach that silence is the path to true wisdom. When you silence yourself, not just externally, but also internally, you create space for divine wisdom to flow through you. It is as if silence is a channel that allows spiritual knowledge, which is beyond words, to reveal itself to you. Another reason to maintain silence is the power it has to strengthen your faith. By avoiding sharing your spiritual experiences and challenges with others, you are forced to trust more in God and the guidance He is giving you. This act of trusting and depending on the divine in silence strengthens your spiritual connection, making you more resilient in the face of adversity. Faith is not something that is built with words, but with silent actions and internal decisions. When you face spiritual challenges, silence allows you to go deeper into your trust in God. It is an act of surrender where you choose to trust His plan, even when you don't fully understand what is happening. It is in this space of silence and trust that faith grows, blossoming into something unshakable. Silence also protects you from negative energies and spiritual attacks. When you keep your intentions and spiritual experiences secret, you create an invisible barrier against those who might want to divert you from your path or weaken your faith. It is like putting protective armor around your soul, ensuring that you remain firm and unshakable in your journey. In many spiritual traditions, silence is seen as a form of purification. By silencing yourself, you protect not only from external attacks, but also from your own negative and self-sabotaging thoughts. It is like cleaning the mind and heart, removing any residue of doubt, fear, or mistrust. In this purified state, you become more receptive to divine guidance and more capable of following your path with courage and determination. Finally, silence is a profound way of honoring divine timing. It reflects trust in the wisdom of God, acknowledging that not everything is meant to be shared or revealed immediately. Just as seeds need time to grow beneath the soil before breaking through the surface, so too do our thoughts, experiences, and revelations require a period of quiet nurturing. Ecclesiastes 3:1 reminds us, "To everything there is a season and a time for every purpose under heaven." Silence becomes the means through which we respect the sacred rhythm of this timing. When we are quick to share, we may unknowingly disrupt the natural process of spiritual growth. Have you ever revealed an idea or dream too early, only to feel it lose its momentum or significance? Rushing to speak or act can sometimes place us out of alignment with God's plan. Silence allows the fullness of His purpose to unfold. It is in the stillness that we gain clarity, strength, and readiness for what lies ahead. Consider Mary, the mother of Jesus. After the angel Gabriel announced that she would conceive the Savior, she did not rush to proclaim the news to the world. Instead, Scripture tells us that she treasured up all these things and pondered them in her heart. Luke 2:19. Her silence was not one of hesitation, but of reverence, allowing her to reflect deeply on the divine mystery unfolding within her. By choosing silence, she aligned herself with God's timing, revealing the power of her testimony only when the moment was right. Silence also creates the space to hear God's guidance clearly. When we fill our days with constant speaking or sharing, it becomes harder to discern His voice. Could it be that God is asking you to pause, to be still, and to wait for His perfect moment? Isaiah 30:15 declares, "In quietness and confidence shall be your strength." This quiet confidence is what allows us to remain steadfast, even when others urge us to speak or act prematurely. Moreover, when the right time comes to share, the impact of your words is magnified. Think of Jesus during His ministry. He often instructed those He healed not to tell others immediately, waiting for the appointed time to reveal His glory. In John 7:6, Jesus said, "My time has not yet come." His life was a demonstration of patience and trust in the Father's plan. How much more should we, as His followers, strive to wait on His timing in our own lives? Practicing silence in this way does not mean suppressing your voice forever. Instead, it is a way of safeguarding the sacred and honoring the unfolding of God's will. When the time comes to speak, your words will carry the weight of divine purpose. They will resonate not because they were spoken hastily, but because they were birthed from a season of prayerful silence and reflection. Now, you may be wondering, how can an ordinary person, someone with a job, a family, and 1,000 responsibilities, practice the virtue of silence? It's a fair question. After all, your spouse or loved ones might not take kindly to you communicating solely through gestures like a monk, but practicing silence for those living in the world looks very different from the way a religious hermit might approach it. It's not about withdrawing completely from communication, but about cultivating intentionality and restraint in your words. And though the path may seem challenging, it is not only possible, but deeply rewarding. Let's begin with a simple step. Avoid idle conversations. Proverbs reminds us, "In the multitude of words sin is not lacking, but he who restrains his lips is wise." Proverbs 10:19. Talking just for the sake of talking often leads to gossip, misunderstanding, or wasted energy. Social media has amplified this tendency, making it easy to post complaints, cryptic messages begging for attention, or impulsive comments about trivial matters. How often do we see people airing grievances online, sharing every fleeting thought? Before speaking or typing, ask yourself, is this necessary? Will it help someone or glorify God? If not, resist the urge. Use your words intentionally, whether spoken or written, so they build up rather than tear down. Next, silence can be practiced by resisting the urge to complain. Complaining is the antithesis of gratitude. Philippians 2:14 instructs, "Do all things without grumbling or disputing." Yet, how often do we grumble about the weather, slow traffic, or a meal that doesn't suit our taste? Complaining rarely changes circumstances, but it does rob us of peace and joy. Instead of vocalizing dissatisfaction, pause and reflect on the blessings you might be overlooking. Could you transform your complaints into gratitude? Restraining your tongue in moments of frustration is a form of discipline that shifts your perspective and strengthens your spirit. A third way to embrace silence is by refraining from sharing opinions on every topic. In today's age of instant reactions, every crisis, whether local or global, seems to demand our commentary. But how often do we truly understand the complexities of the events we discuss? Ecclesiastes 5:2 advises, "Do not be quick with your mouth. Do not be hasty in your heart to utter anything before God. God is in heaven, and you are on earth. So let your words be few." Sometimes the wisest thing you can do is listen, reflect, and pray, instead of rushing to speak. By keeping your opinions to yourself, you demonstrate humility and a willingness to learn rather than contribute to the noise of speculation. Another practical way to cultivate silence is to resist filling every quiet moment with noise. The world today is saturated with constant sound, music, podcasts, television, and the endless buzz of notifications. But what if, while driving, you left the radio off? What if you allowed yourself to stand in line or ride the elevator without checking your phone? In those small pockets of silence, you create space for reflection, prayer, or simply resting your mind. Could it be that the very moments we instinctively fill with distraction are opportunities for God to speak to us? Lastly, silence becomes a virtue when we resist the temptation to criticize others. As James warns, the tongue is a fire, a world of iniquity. It defiles the whole body and sets on fire the course of nature, and it is set on fire by hell. James 3:6. Criticism, whether truthful or not, often stems from pride, a desire to feel superior by pointing out someone else's flaws. How often have we harmed others with a thoughtless comment, tarnishing reputations or causing pain? Instead, choose to remain silent. This discipline not only protects others, but also refines your heart, making you more compassionate and Christ-like. Imagine the strength it takes to hold back words that serve no good purpose. Could this be the kind of strength God is calling you to cultivate? Though we are not cloistered monks, we are called to practice silence in our daily lives. It is not about isolation, but about creating moments of stillness to better hear the voice of Christ. In those quiet spaces, you can deepen your relationship with Him, reflect on His word, and allow His presence to guide your thoughts and actions. Remember, even Jesus withdrew to silent places to pray and seek the Father's will. If the Son of God valued silence, how much more should we? Silence is not the absence of activity. It is the presence of intentionality. It's the restraint of the tongue and the opening of the heart. What might you discover about yourself and God if you embrace silence today? Therefore, my friends, perhaps what most frightens the chosen ones in silence is the very act of confronting their own thoughts. When you retreat into quietness, you open the door to a whirlwind of thoughts that have been lurking in the corners of your mind. Your anxieties, your unspoken desires, your hidden pains, and the challenges that weigh heavy on your soul. Everything that has been buried beneath the surface begins to rise, filling your consciousness with discomfort and restlessness. There is a natural fear in this confrontation, the fear of facing the complexities of your own heart. The battle within can feel overwhelming, and that's why so many seek to fill the silence, drowning their own thoughts with external noise. When you're alone in your car, the radio is turned on without a second thought. At home, the TV is on constantly, not for the sake of watching, but to create a soundtrack that shields you from the discomfort of stillness. Even during brief pauses, at work, in a line, or in a waiting room, you instinctively reach for your phone, as if any distraction is better than facing the quiet within. You might wonder why the silence is so unsettling. It's because it forces you to turn inward, to examine the parts of yourself that you might rather ignore. Yet, it is precisely in this silence, as uncomfortable as it may be, that you can find true peace and clarity. Silence, though it challenges you to confront your inner shadows, also offers you the opportunity to connect with the deepest part of your essence. In the stillness, you can hear the divine voice that calls you to rise above the noise of the world, guiding you towards spiritual growth. Silence is not just a place of retreat. It is an arena for courage and self-awareness, where you can confront your vulnerabilities, embrace your complexities, and ultimately strengthen your soul. For the chosen ones, this is how spiritual resilience is cultivated, through the embrace of silence and the wisdom that emerges from it. Silence is not only important, it is essential. You see, after the fall, our intellects were wounded and weakened. Before that, communion with God, our Creator, was effortless, as natural as seeing or hearing. There was a constant awareness of His presence, and we were in perfect harmony with the divine. But sin disrupted that communion, clouding our ability to connect with God at the deepest level of our being. Now, in the aftermath of this separation, we live amidst a storm of thoughts, feelings, and emotions, an ever-whirling cloud of confusion and distraction, much like mosquitoes swirling in the heat of a summer night. The task of calming this storm within us is incredibly challenging. Yet the only way to do it is to confront it directly. And this confrontation, as daunting as it is, can only occur when we retreat into silence long enough to recognize just how disturbed our souls truly are. While this confrontation is frightening for many, it is crucial for the spiritual progress of the chosen ones. Now, I want to ask you, are you the type of person who shares your thoughts freely, or do you prefer to keep certain things to yourself? I'd love to hear your thoughts. Drop a comment below and share your experience. If you're still watching, I want to take a moment to thank you for your presence here. Your support means more than you know, and I encourage you to subscribe for more content like this. Let's continue to journey together on this path of self-discovery and spiritual growth. Remember, silence can be your greatest ally. It is in silence that you will discover your truest self and hear the divine guidance that leads you toward fulfillment and purpose. As we close today's reflection, I want you to take a moment and think about where you are right now. Are you standing on the edge of something unknown, unsure of what comes next, yet feeling a quiet whisper deep in your soul that tells you this is exactly where you are meant to be? Do you find yourself in the midst of trials, struggles, or moments of doubt, yet still knowing in your heart that there is a greater purpose unfolding just beyond the horizon? That is the experience of the chosen ones. So, what comes next for you? I believe the next step is to fully embrace the journey, trusting that even in the silence and the struggles, you are being shaped for greatness. The chosen ones are never abandoned. They are strengthened, refined, and prepared for the remarkable purposes God has for them. You may not know every detail of what the future holds, but you can trust that God's timing and plans are perfect. As you move forward, ask yourself, are you ready to embrace the unknown? Are you ready to step into the next chapter, even if you can't see the full picture just yet? The road ahead may be challenging, but remember that every step you take is a step closer to the purpose you were chosen for. Trust in God's plan, walk in faith, and know that what's coming next is worth every moment of the journey. If you are still here, I want to thank you for staying with me. Your presence in this moment is not by accident, and I believe God is preparing something extraordinary for you. So, I leave you with this question. What is God calling you to do next? Whatever it is, trust that He has already equipped you with everything you need to walk in His purpose. Until next time, remember, you are chosen, and what comes next is part of His perfect plan. Imagine if there were certain truths, profound yet hidden, that the chosen ones are meant to guard in silence. Perhaps you too have held on to secrets, those quiet thoughts and intentions you don't readily share. But why hold them back? Because there is a unique strength in silence, a strength that builds a shield around us even when we don't realize it. In the quiet, we gain a kind of power, one that shields our hearts, our calling, and even our steps forward. This is the wisdom that keeps adversaries guessing, allowing us to move without being seen, without giving our strength away. Today, I want to uncover 5 powerful things that the chosen ones should never reveal. These aren't just pieces of advice. They are divine instructions that preserve the sanctity of our path with God. Are you ready to delve into these vital truths? Together, we'll reveal how these guarded secrets help us walk securely with God. Before we go deeper, feel free to let others know you're here by commenting 77. And to all who have supported through Super Thanks, your contribution is valued more than words can express. Thank you for walking this journey with us. Now, let's explore these divine secrets that the chosen must protect at all costs. God's chosen ones never reveal. These 5 secrets if you don't want to lose your divine protection. Number 1. Your future plans and dreams. The first thing to keep secret is your future plans and dreams. Why? Because the enemy has limited access to the details of your future, and he often works by making educated guesses based on what he observes. The more he hears from your words, the more power he has to undermine God's unique plans for you. Proverbs 29:11 teaches, "A fool vents all his feelings, but a wise man holds them back." This verse encourages us to exercise wisdom in guarding our inner thoughts and divine revelations, especially when they involve God's intentions for our lives. Have you ever shared something deeply important to you only to feel regret later? That's because not everyone who hears is there to support your journey. Some may be influenced by the very forces seeking to obstruct it. Keeping silence about God's vision for your life is not just a matter of caution, it is an act of spiritual protection. Consider Mary, the mother of Jesus, who received an extraordinary promise that would transform the world. Although she knew of her divine role, she didn't rush to share it with others. Mary treasured this knowledge in her heart, nurturing it with prayer and patience until the appointed time. Just as a seed needs time, care, and the right environment to grow, so do God's promises in our lives. When shared prematurely, visions can face premature attacks, skepticism, and even the discouragement of those who might not understand or believe in them. Do you ever feel that sharing a dream too early can leave it vulnerable to being crushed or misunderstood? As visionaries, we must recognize that our dreams are like fragile seedlings, needing our protection and prayer in the early stages. When God gives you a revelation, resist the urge to announce it publicly for instant validation. Instead, bring it to the Lord in quiet prayer. This place of prayer becomes the soil where God nurtures your dreams, preparing them to withstand adversity and grow strong. Remember, Jesus often went into solitude to pray, drawing strength and guidance for his path. Likewise, trusting God with your plans in silence allows him to work behind the scenes in ways beyond your understanding. Are you willing to wait on God's timing and watch him bring your dreams to life when they are fully ready? The wisdom of Proverbs 29:11 isn't just about withholding emotions. It's about mastering the patience to know when to share and when to hold back. In your life, are there dreams and revelations you feel called to protect? While God may sometimes guide you to share certain aspects of your dreams with a trusted few for encouragement and spiritual alignment, there is great wisdom in holding back until the timing is fully right. Sharing unfinished dreams prematurely is like exposing a delicate plant to harsh conditions before it has developed strong roots. Just as seedlings need a sheltered environment to grow, so too do the dreams that God has planted within you. Have you ever shared too early and felt the sting of doubt or unexpected challenges from others? Premature exposure can weaken your dream's potential, opening doors for interference from forces that don't want to see God's plans come to pass. In Matthew 6:6, Jesus teaches about the power of the secret place, saying, "When you pray, go into your room, close the door, and pray to your Father who is unseen. Then your Father, who sees what is done in secret, will reward you. This secret place isn't just about prayer. It represents a spiritual environment where dreams can be safely nurtured under God's protection. Are you willing to trust that God will shape your vision fully before it's time to reveal it to the world? By keeping divine insights private, you allow them the time and space they need to grow strong. Avoiding the pull of youthful impatience shows spiritual maturity and signals a deep trust in God's timing over public approval. Revealing every step also gives the enemy a blueprint to sabotage God's intentions for your future. Managing your revelations with wisdom and maturity creates a protective environment, allowing your destiny to develop fully and flourish. Silence, in this sense, is not merely an absence of words, but a strategic shield. When you use silence to guard what God has entrusted to you, it shows both trust and discernment. Have you experienced the power of silence as a shield, knowing that God will unveil your dreams only when they are ready? By practicing this restraint, you allow God to work behind the scenes, preparing your path in ways you might not even see. Are you prepared to wield the power of silence, placing your dreams in God's hands until His perfect timing reveals them to the world? As you journey through life, remember that not all visions are intended for immediate sharing. Some of the revelations God gives us are like seeds that need time to grow, developing quietly under the surface until they are strong enough to withstand external forces. Think of Joseph in Genesis 37, who shared his dreams too soon and faced severe opposition and jealousy from his own brothers. This account teaches us the importance of discernment in timing and sharing our God-given visions. Are there dreams in your life that require protection and nurturing so they can mature in a safe and sacred space? These hidden dreams are given to you for a season of preparation and growth. By allowing them to develop in private, you are giving them the foundation they need to thrive when the time is right. As Ecclesiastes 3:1 reminds us, to everything there is a season, a time for every purpose under heaven. Knowing the appropriate season for sharing and the season for nurturing is essential in safeguarding the purpose God has placed within you. How often do we feel pressured to announce our plans, only to realize that sharing them too early exposed them to unnecessary challenges? Embracing the right timing preserves the sanctity of your calling and helps ensure its success when God opens the door. In addition to guarding your visions, it is crucial to build a circle of trusted allies who will protect and uplift your dreams. Proverbs 27:17 reminds us, "As iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another." A close-knit community of like-minded believers who not only respect but also cherish your divine purpose can act as powerful sources of encouragement and prayer support. These individuals act as spiritual pillars, standing firm with you when doubts arise or challenges come. Do you have confidants who will pray with you, intercede on your behalf, and keep your dreams confidential until the appointed time? When you share your vision with those who genuinely care for your calling, they help preserve its integrity, protecting it from premature exposure and empowering it to grow until it is ready. On this path, also develop a deep, consistent relationship with God, rich in prayer and meditation. The Bible speaks of the importance of seeking divine counsel. Psalm 32:8 says, "I will instruct you and teach you in the way you should go. I will counsel you with my loving eye on you." In moments of stillness and communion with God, He often provides the clarity, guidance, and assurance that you need to move forward with confidence. Prayer becomes the nurturing soil where God strengthens the dream He has planted within you, guiding you at each step. Are you taking time daily to enter this sacred space of dialogue with God? In these quiet moments, your vision is not only clarified but also fortified by the presence and wisdom of God, equipping you with courage for the journey ahead. By holding your dreams closely, sharing them wisely, and leaning on God's guidance, you create a safe environment for them to flourish. It is a powerful act of faith to trust in God's timing over human approval, to remain silent when necessary, and to wait for His appointed time. Number 2, your family matters. A second crucial secret that the chosen one must guard carefully is family matters. These personal concerns, whether they involve marital disagreements, health issues, financial struggles, or relational challenges with children, should remain within the inner circle. The Bible emphasizes this discretion in Proverbs 11-13. A gossip betrays a confidence, but a trustworthy person keeps a secret. Protecting your family's privacy is not just about withholding information. It's about creating a safe and supportive environment for your loved ones. Are you able to discern what should stay within the walls of your home? Or do you feel the urge to share these details with others too soon? Many people struggle with keeping family concerns private, feeling compelled to share every detail with friends, neighbors, or even on social media. This habit of publicizing family matters can quickly undermine the stability and unity of a household. Think about how the family of Job was affected when his life's trials became public knowledge. Although Job's situation was unique in that it revealed his unwavering faith, his story reminds us that suffering and challenges are often better processed in the safety of private, trusted circles rather than under the scrutiny of others. What strength can you find in handling family conflicts quietly, with a focus on resolving issues rather than seeking external validation? When conflicts or disagreements arise with a spouse, it can be tempting to share these frustrations, either out of a need for support or the urge to vent. Yet, making such issues public can lead to misunderstandings, judgments, and further complications. The Bible highlights the wisdom of resolving matters privately in Matthew 18:15, where it advises addressing conflicts directly with the person involved before involving others. If you address family matters quietly and with dignity, you allow room for healing and understanding, preventing unnecessary strain on your relationships. Keeping family matters private honors the sacredness of those relationships and preserves the foundation of trust within your home. By not exposing every hardship or disagreement to the world, you protect your family's integrity and reinforce the bond that holds you together. Sometimes the greatest strength lies in silence, in choosing to shield your family from the judgments and opinions of others. Are you ready to create a safe space for your loved ones, keeping your inner circle protected and giving them the confidence to share openly within the trust of family? Many people you turn to with family issues are already dealing with struggles of their own, though they may keep them hidden. This raises a crucial question. Why would you pass on your family's challenges to others? It might feel like a relief in the moment, but consider the consequences. While we often hear, "A problem shared is a problem halved," this isn't always the case. Sharing our burdens can indeed bring comfort, but only if we choose wisely whom to confide in. The wrong confidant can turn a shared problem into an even larger one, leading to misunderstandings or even gossip that strains relationships further. The Bible offers us wisdom in this area. Proverbs 17:9 reminds us, "Whoever would foster love covers over an offense." This speaks to the importance of discretion and love when handling sensitive matters. Instead of spreading the hurt, true love seeks to protect and heal. Likewise, 1 Peter 4:8 advises, "Above all, love one another deeply, because love covers over a multitude of sins." These verses challenge us to think about how our words impact others and whether sharing will bring unity or division. Ask yourself, will sharing this help solve the problem, or will it create more tension? Is this person truly a trusted confidant, or am I simply seeking validation? By choosing not to share certain struggles, you may actually be protecting your family's peace and your own. In a world where open communication is encouraged, wisdom reminds us to consider our intentions and the impact of our words. After all, are we sharing to find genuine support, or are we simply venting without a purpose? Reflect on this. Could this situation be an opportunity for prayer rather than a topic of discussion? Sometimes God is inviting us to lean on Him and grow in patience, trusting that He can heal and transform even the most challenging family dynamics. When we cover others with love, we protect the bonds that God has entrusted to us, allowing space for His work to unfold. Be cautious about oversharing personal struggles on social media or indulging in casual gossip with co-workers and neighbors. When we share openly with those who lack understanding or empathy, we may unknowingly give legal access to those who would exploit our vulnerabilities, eager to criticize or spread rumors. Sharing too freely can leave our families exposed, making it easy for those with fault-seeking minds to focus on the negatives. Instead, as the spiritual leader or priest of your household, it's your role to handle these matters with wisdom, maintaining the dignity and protection of your loved ones by guarding your family's privacy. Seek guidance only from those who are spiritually mature and uphold confidentiality, turning to counselors who genuinely want the best for you and your family's growth. Consider Mary, the mother of Jesus. What if, upon learning that Joseph was planning to leave her after discovering her pregnancy, she had gone to her cousin Elizabeth and openly expressed her fears, frustrations, or even anger? Would it have brought peace, or would it have introduced doubt and tension into a situation requiring delicate wisdom? Instead, the matter was handled with grace, faith, and privacy. Family issues often require the same approach. Wisdom that protects, not gossip that exposes. Why then are we sometimes tempted to share too freely? Is it a need for validation, or are we looking for support in places that can't provide it? The Bible reminds us that the tongue has the power of life and death. Proverbs 18:21, meaning our words can either build up or tear down. By oversharing, we risk creating resentment or even bitterness toward our loved ones, tempting others to judge or misunderstand them. Instead, choose grace and protection. Any dysfunction in our families can be viewed as an opportunity to extend deeper grace and forgiveness, as Jesus teaches us. God desires to heal and restore, but in a way that honors the privacy and sacredness of relationships. He works within a context of love and discretion, not in the turmoil of exposed drama. When you feel the urge to vent or discuss sensitive issues, pause and consider, could this be an opportunity for prayer and introspection rather than public discussion? Embrace your role as a guardian, shielding your family from unnecessary scrutiny and trusting that God will bring healing in His way and time, through the power of quiet, compassionate understanding. In our fast-paced, oversharing culture, there is immense value in learning to hold back rather than impulsively casting stones of personal details that once shared can never be fully retracted. The urge to vent or seek sympathy can be strong, but handling family matters with intentional care does more than protect your loved one's privacy. It safeguards the unity, dignity, and spiritual strength of your household. This aligns closely with biblical wisdom, creating an environment that fosters healing and reconciliation. When we choose discretion, our families remain sanctuaries of trust, shielded from the prying eyes and judgments of the world. Keeping a low profile about personal family matters can act as a powerful shield, preserving both the emotional well-being and reputation of each member. Just as Proverbs 11:13 reminds us, a gossip betrays a confidence, but a trustworthy person keeps a secret. Our restraint protects both adults and children from the potential harm of gossip and public scrutiny. When family challenges are resolved privately, without external pressures or interference, the family unit has space to grow stronger and more resilient. Think about the example of Joseph, who initially planned to quietly separate from Mary when he discovered her pregnancy. Rather than exposing her situation, he chose a path of mercy and discretion. Matthew 1:19. This teaches us the power of handling sensitive matters with grace and respect. By keeping our family's struggles within the family, we model a sanctuary of safety and acceptance, where mistakes are met with understanding, not condemnation. Why then are we often tempted to share these matters publicly? Could it be a desire for sympathy, or are we overlooking the value of internal peace over external validation? The wisdom of discretion goes beyond immediate preservation. It sets a positive example for others. Our choices teach the next generation the importance of privacy, the strength found in handling conflicts within the family, and the transformative power of unconditional love and forgiveness. Consider this. What legacy of family strength and unity are we building through our actions? When we choose wisely, managing sensitive matters with patience and wisdom, we show others that love truly covers a multitude of faults. We become examples of God's call to reconcile, to nurture, and to protect, rather than expose. In the end, discretion doesn't just safeguard your family's reputation, it honors the love that God calls us to embody and share with others. Number 3, your first victories and breakthroughs. A third area of discipline for God's chosen ones is learning the art of keeping early breakthroughs and victories private. When God blesses us with favor, promotions, financial increases, or new opportunities, it's natural to feel excited, even tempted to share these milestones immediately. However, there is wisdom in holding back, in resisting the urge to broadcast every success prematurely. Proverbs 21:5 offers insight here. The plans of the diligent lead surely to abundance, but everyone who is hasty comes only to poverty. This reminds us that while blessings are wonderful, they are often still in a fragile stage. Waiting for God's timing before going public allows these blessings to fully take root. Consider King Saul's anointing. When the prophet Samuel anointed him, he instructed Saul in 1 Samuel 10, "When these signs are fulfilled, do whatever your hand finds to do, for God is with you." Notice, he didn't tell Saul to announce this divine appointment to everyone. This was a sacred moment, one meant to be cherished privately. Much like Saul, we are often called to keep our breakthroughs between ourselves and God, nurturing them in their early stages. Similarly, look at David, who famously defeated Goliath as a young and inexperienced warrior. Had he rushed to boast about his victory, he might have attracted unnecessary attention from enemies looking to undermine him before he was established. David chose to keep quiet, allowing God to guide him step by step into his role as a leader. His patience and restraint exemplify a powerful principle. Waiting on God's timing protects our purpose and shields us from the potential pitfalls of premature pride. Why then are we so often tempted to share? Are we seeking validation from others, or are we trusting that God alone can elevate us at the right moment? Keeping our successes under wraps teaches us patience, humility, and reliance on God's wisdom. Instead of rushing to announce each victory, we can ask ourselves, is this God's timing, or am I simply eager for recognition? In a world where social media encourages instant sharing, consider the beauty of a quiet, humble approach. Holding back allows God to prepare us fully, solidifying our path and ensuring that we are truly ready for each new stage of blessing. This discipline doesn't only preserve our own peace, it also sets a profound example of humility and trust in God's timing. Could this moment be an invitation to deepen your faith rather than seek external praise? When we follow David's and Saul's examples of discretion, we embody a strength that is not of this world. a strength rooted in faith and unwavering confidence in God's perfect timing. Imagine that God grants you tremendous success in business early on. While this achievement can be thrilling, there's wisdom in choosing to avoid the spotlight until your growth has become solid and sustainable. Look at the story of Joseph. Although he had extraordinary gifts from a young age, he did not boast or seek attention before he was mature and fully prepared to lead. His journey reminds us that announcing early progress can invite spiritual attacks, envy, and competition. By allowing your achievements to quietly establish a solid foundation, you create a vine that is strong enough to hold the weight of its fruit. As it says in Ecclesiastes 3:7, there is a time to keep silence and a time to speak. Consider the approach of many young entrepreneurs today, who, upon seeing initial success, quickly proclaim their progress. This eagerness is understandable, but announcing early victories for a business or project that has yet to stabilize can expose it to negative forces before it has the strength to endure. It's far wiser to let those early signs of success mature out of public view, rooting deeply and quietly until the timing is right. Are we seeking instant validation, or are we trusting that God's timing will bring recognition when we are truly ready? Joseph's story also teaches us the importance of maturity in handling success. He waited until he was seasoned and established before fully stepping into his role, guided by the understanding that premature exposure could undermine his calling. Could your growth benefit from time in the shadows, allowing God to prepare you fully? When we focus on the quiet work of growth, we become rooted in mysterious maturity, as it confuses those who would seek to harm or envy us. Our strength grows without inviting attacks that could disrupt our progress. Remember, there will be plenty of time for celebrations when the foundations are secure and the purpose is fully established. Impatience can lead to unnecessary challenges, but patience, waiting for God's timing, serves as a shield over the blessings He is building in your life. Could this be an invitation to cultivate patience, trusting that the right time will bring the most fruitful harvest? Waiting isn't easy in a world driven by quick wins and instant publicity, but it's a mark of wisdom. By allowing God to mature your achievements out of the spotlight, you protect them, allowing your efforts to flourish without being threatened by envy or competition. Like Joseph, you'll be fully prepared when God reveals your success to the world, grounded and equipped to handle every blessing He's entrusted to you. Practicing patience as you experience success doesn't just secure your achievements, it shapes your character and deepens your spiritual foundation. By allowing time to strengthen your foundation, you'll find yourself better equipped to handle the pressures and responsibilities that come with increased visibility. This waiting period serves as a test of humility, challenging you to recognize that your accomplishments are ultimately a result of God's grace, not merely personal talent or effort. As James 4:10 reminds us, humble yourselves before the Lord, and He will lift you up. Holding back on public announcements is not about hiding your light. Rather, it's about safeguarding it from the risk of being diminished by premature exposure. Think of this period as allowing God to temper your growth, letting your achievements solidify through time and consistent performance. This practice doesn't just protect your progress, it ensures that when you do share your victories, they are grounded, mature, and powerful in their impact. Are you willing to let God refine your success in silence, trusting that the right moment for visibility will come? The Bible often emphasizes the value of being faithful with little before being entrusted with much. Luke 16:10. In the same way, when we allow our early successes to remain unspoken, we demonstrate faithfulness and gratitude, proving our readiness for even greater blessings. This approach not only nurtures our growth, but also transforms us into people who credit God for every success, rather than seeking validation from others. Could this season of quiet preparation be God's way of building a resilient foundation for even greater blessings ahead? Ultimately, when the time is right to share your achievements, your story will be one of resilience and maturity. Rather than offering a fleeting success story, you'll have a testimony that speaks of longevity, humility, and strength rooted in divine timing. The rewards of this approach extend beyond personal gain. They reflect the enduring character of a heart surrendered to God's will. Are you ready to let your story unfold in God's time, knowing that He alone holds the perfect plan for your life? Number 4, your financial situation. One reckless behavior that some people adopt is the urge to flaunt their earnings and assets, particularly in today's age of social media, where validation often comes from public displays of success. This tendency toward pride and ostentation may feel gratifying in the moment, but it often leads to unforeseen downfalls. Proverbs 13:11 warns us with great wisdom, "Wealth gained hastily will dwindle, but whoever gathers little by little will increase it." This verse reminds us that genuine lasting wealth is cultivated through steady and diligent efforts, not through showy displays that may invite envy or even misfortune. In a culture that encourages quick wins and instant gratification, we're often tempted to show our progress to others, but wise individuals understand that true wealth grows in private, grounded in quiet discipline rather than ostentation. Are we seeking validation from others or anchoring our self-worth in the steady work of building something meaningful? When we focus on accumulating little by little, we're cultivating a foundation that will stand the test of time. The Bible offers us cautionary tales about prideful displays. Think of the story of King Nebuchadnezzar, who took pride in his power and wealth, only to face a humbling downfall. Daniel 4. This story illustrates that boasting can lead to a vulnerable position where we lose sight of who ultimately provides our blessings. Could your own journey be strengthened by humility and discretion, ensuring that you don't lose sight of what truly matters? Moreover, private accumulation not only protects us from unnecessary attention, but also fosters gratitude and responsibility. Wealth built with patience and integrity is a testament to God's blessing and our stewardship, free from the risks associated with prideful exposure. Is there greater strength in keeping our progress private, allowing our accomplishments to be the fruit of consistent effort rather than fleeting applause? Ultimately, choosing humility over pride and discretion over ostentation helps us keep wealth in its proper place, as a tool for good, a gift to be handled responsibly, and a blessing from God. When we approach our resources with this mindset, we create lasting security and inspire others to value integrity over image. Are you willing to build patiently, letting your character speak louder than your assets? True wealth, after all, is built in the quiet strength of diligence, honoring God's provision and embracing the wisdom of patient growth. Resist the urge to seek validation through displays of luxury purchases, vacations, or other symbols of status that, while visually impressive, can subtly pull your trust away from God. The temptation to measure self-worth by fleeting material wealth is common, but these transient riches can distract from a deeper pursuit, spiritual growth, and the practice of discreet stewardship, which fosters enduring prosperity. In a world that glorifies wealth, remember that true contentment is found not in impressing others, but in quietly cultivating a life that honors God. Instead of envying those who flaunt their wealth, embrace the quiet dignity of modest living, knowing that it reflects a heart grounded in faith rather than worldly validation. As Proverbs 15:16 wisely advises, Better a little with the fear of the Lord than great wealth with turmoil. There is wisdom in focusing on spiritual wealth over material gains, as reckless spending often undermines the very stability we seek to build. The Bible encourages us to prioritize our relationship with God over outward appearances. Jesus himself cautioned against storing up treasures on earth, where they are vulnerable to decay and theft. Matthew 6:19-20. By choosing to keep our financial matters, income statements, investments, savings balances, and inheritances private even from relatives when possible, we protect not only our financial stability, but also our peace of mind. Are you finding your security in God's provision or in the approval of others? Consider this. By boasting about financial success, we risk attracting unwanted attention, potentially inviting lawsuits, envy, manipulation, or even theft. A life of quiet trust in God's provision, coupled with a deep gratitude for what we have, brings a peace that no amount of wealth can buy. Could your desire to share your success be a test of where you place your ultimate trust? Seek first God's kingdom, allowing your heart to be aligned with His purposes, and let prosperity come at its appointed time. When we prioritize pleasing God over impressing others, we free ourselves from the pressures of social comparison. Could this season of humility be God's way of teaching you the true meaning of abundance? Real prosperity isn't measured by luxury, but by the strength of your faith, the depth of your gratitude, and the integrity of your stewardship. True wealth lies in a life surrendered to God's timing and His perfect provision. In addition to keeping your financial situation private, it's wise to practice discretion about your career advancements as well. When God opens doors for promotions, new positions, or unique opportunities, resist the urge to broadcast every detail on social media or even in casual conversations. Oversharing about your professional successes can make you a target for envy, sabotage, unrealistic expectations, and even spiritual forces that aim to disrupt the divine path God is aligning for you. Instead of seeking validation by posting achievements, let your work speak for itself. Embrace quiet humility, grounded in a consistent and dedicated work ethic. Proverbs 27:2 advises us with great wisdom, "Let another praise you, and not your own mouth." This scripture reminds us of the power in allowing our actions to draw admiration naturally, rather than seeking it out ourselves. When we stay humble, our achievements are shielded from pride and remain pleasing to God. There's a delicate balance in whom we choose to share our milestones with. Discussing your overall progress with trusted mentors, close family members, or those who are spiritually mature can be valuable, as they may offer support and guidance. However, avoid the temptation to flaunt every milestone or title, as this can create space for pride and jealousy. Are you sharing to glorify God or to seek recognition from others? The Bible illustrates that divine promotion often comes effortlessly when we trust God's timing and His way of raising us up. Consider the story of Joseph, who was eventually elevated to a position of power in Egypt, but only after he patiently endured trials and maintained his integrity. Had he prematurely broadcasted his dreams and achievements, his journey might have taken a very different turn. Could this season of silence be God's way of shaping you for an even greater purpose? When we let God do the lifting, our focus can remain on obedience and service, freeing us from the need to seek attention or approval. Divine promotion carries a sense of peace that worldly praise cannot provide, reinforcing that our purpose is tied to God's calling, not human applause. Could choosing humility in this moment be God's way of preparing you for a role beyond what you could imagine? In the end, trusting God to elevate us brings not only protection, but also an authentic peace, allowing our lives to be a testament to His grace rather than our own ambition. Keeping a low profile about your financial and professional advancements doesn't imply a lack of pride in your achievements. In reality, it reflects a profound respect and understanding of the sacredness of your personal journey. By choosing discretion, you cultivate an environment where actions speak louder than words. Your success then becomes evident not through temporary applause, but through lasting impact and sustainability. This mindset embraces the wisdom found in Matthew 6:1, where Jesus cautions us, "Be careful not to practice your righteousness in front of others to be seen by them. If you do, you will have no reward from your Father in heaven." Our journey is precious, and by honoring it quietly, we allow God's work in our lives to be our testimony. This approach also protects your accomplishments from the fleeting nature of public opinion, allowing them to be valued for their true substance. Are you looking for validation from others, or are you rooted in the quiet confidence that God sees and blesses your faithfulness? When we allow our work to reveal our growth and integrity over time, we find ourselves freed from the cycle of seeking external approval, discovering a sense of purpose that doesn't rely on others' recognition. Consider Jesus' own life. Though his works were miraculous, he often instructed people not to speak of them. His humility served as a powerful reminder that greatness is often quiet, confident in its purpose without needing constant affirmation. Could this be an invitation to let your own journey unfold with the same quiet confidence, trusting that God's recognition is more valuable than any public acclaim? Choosing to keep a low profile fosters a depth of character that not only sustains but strengthens your progress. By letting your success speak for itself, you gain respect not for how loudly you announce your achievements, but for the integrity with which you live them. How can your journey become a testament to God's faithfulness, quietly inspiring others to seek a deeper purpose? True success is rooted in the silent strength of faith, nurtured in private and revealed in God's perfect timing. Number 5. Your spiritual encounters. For God's chosen ones, it is essential to guard certain sacred spiritual experiences, dreams, visions, angelic visitations, prophecies, and other divine revelations entrusted to you. These encounters are deeply personal, forming an intimate part of your journey with God. While there may be moments when God calls you to share these experiences to uplift and encourage others, many of these sacred moments are meant solely for you to deepen your connection with Him and to guide you on your unique path. Hastily sharing these profound experiences can diminish their sanctity, turning what is holy into casual conversation. Throughout the Bible, we see examples of individuals who kept divine encounters private, understanding the need to let these sacred experiences mature within them before sharing, if sharing at all. Mary, the mother of Jesus, provides a beautiful example. When the angel Gabriel appeared to her, she received an overwhelming message, yet she did not immediately publicize it. Instead, as Luke 2:19 tells us, Mary treasured up all these things and pondered them in her heart. She protected the experience, reflecting on it in silence and reverence. Could this be a call for you to cherish and protect what God has revealed to you, allowing it to shape you in private before seeking any public validation? Divine encounters are often deeply mysterious and transformative. They provide direction, encouragement, and insight, but they also require spiritual discernment. Are you willing to let God guide you on when, how, and with whom to share these sacred moments? By keeping certain experiences private, you honor their holy purpose, allowing God's voice to remain clear and undistorted by external opinions or misunderstandings. Remember, not every revelation is meant for others. Some are given to nurture your personal growth, deepen your faith, and strengthen your spiritual foundation. When we approach these encounters with reverence and discernment, we safeguard their power and purity, creating space for them to have their full impact on our lives. In a world quick to speak and slow to listen, Choosing silence can be a profound act of faith. By respecting the sacredness of divine encounters, you allow them to fulfill their purpose fully, transforming you quietly, shaping your journey with God, and ultimately equipping you for the path ahead. In honoring these intimate moments, you demonstrate a heart attuned to God's guidance, patiently waiting for His timing to reveal what He has entrusted to you. Mary's angelic visitation announcing her immaculate conception was a profound, sacred revelation, yet she kept it concealed until the divinely appointed time for its disclosure. This restraint illustrates a powerful truth. Some encounters with God are meant to be treasured in silence, nurtured privately until the right moment arrives. Similarly, in the book of Revelation, John was instructed not to record the thunderings he heard in Revelation 10, signaling that certain divine mysteries are meant to remain veiled, known only to the one who receives them. Likewise, the Apostle Paul, in 2 Corinthians 12, described hearing inexpressible things that no one is permitted to tell. He understood that some revelations are sacred beyond words and must be safeguarded rather than shared. These examples remind us that divine revelations are like seeds, or even like babies developing in the womb. They need time to mature and strengthen in a protected space before being brought into the world. Exposing them prematurely in the wrong environments may jeopardize their intended purpose. Are there sacred experiences in your life that, like Mary, you are called to nurture privately until God reveals the time to share? This principle encourages us to discern the purpose of each revelation. Some encounters may be intended to build our faith, deepen our relationship with God, or prepare us for a future mission. Could God be asking you to carry these experiences quietly, allowing them to grow in strength and purpose before sharing them with others? When we honor this process, we align with God's timing, protecting the delicate unfolding of His plan for our lives. In a world that often values instant disclosure, there is power in silence and restraint. Just as Mary, John, and Paul recognized the sanctity of their encounters, we too can choose to shield our experiences, understanding that God will reveal their purpose when the time is right. Could this be an invitation for you to cultivate patience, trusting that God's timing will bring each revelation to fruition? By guarding these divine moments, we honor their sanctity, creating space for God to shape us in private. The decision to keep these revelations hidden may not always be easy, but it serves a profound purpose, allowing the experiences to root deeply in our spirit and guide us according to God's perfect will. Embracing this process reminds us that God's revelations are entrusted to us for a reason, and that safeguarding them is part of our spiritual growth and preparation for what He has planned. Learning to incubate what God reveals to us is an essential discipline for those walking a spiritual path. When God imparts a revelation, vision, or message, it is often intended to be nurtured privately until He directs us to share it openly. Avoid the temptation to trivialize profound spiritual encounters by turning them into small talk to satisfy curiosity, or worse, by reducing them to dramatic illustrations for personal acclaim. These encounters are sacred gifts meant to deepen our connection with God and to shape our character. By preserving these moments privately, we honor the intimacy and reverence they deserve. There's a deep wisdom in knowing when to speak and when to maintain silence, as Ecclesiastes 3:7 reminds us. A time to be silent and a time to speak. Not every encounter or message is meant to be shared immediately, or perhaps at all, with others. Could holding back certain experiences be God's way of inviting you to rely on Him more fully, seeking strength and insight from His presence, rather than human validation? Consider the delicate beauty of inner silence. In this quiet space, revelations can mature, undisturbed by outside opinions or misunderstandings. Some experiences are given to prepare us for future callings, to build resilience, or to deepen our understanding. Are there areas in your spiritual life where God is calling you to maintain this inner sanctuary of silence, allowing His message to resonate fully within you before sharing it with the world? By mastering this sacred art of keeping the peace within, we not only protect our relationship with God, but also create a solid foundation upon which He can build. When we refrain from hastily sharing these revelations, we find ourselves resting in God's wisdom, confident in His timing for everything He has shown us. May the Lord grant us discernment, that we might know when to speak boldly and when to keep a wise inner silence. In the quiet before Him, we find a place of safety, power, and beauty. This discipline, this honoring of God's revelations, reflects a heart committed to His purposes. Embracing this balance of silence and speech reveals the depth of our faith, letting His guidance be the true source of our strength and clarity. So, dear friends, remember that if you are among the chosen and have a divine mission during your time here on earth, some things are meant to remain hidden. The 5 truths shared in this video are sacred. Keeping them private safeguards your path and protects the wisdom entrusted to you. By maintaining a low profile, you honor the journey and deepen your connection to this calling. If you're still with me, know that you're part of a circle of loyal wisdom seekers, committed to discovering deeper truths. Your support allows me to continue creating videos and sharing insights that uplift and enlighten. If this message resonated with you, please subscribe, like the video, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Thank you for being a valued part of this community. May your life overflow with abundance, and may blessings flow to you in abundance today and always.